Here's the Budweiser starting lineup for the Mets, a lineup that includes 6 300 hitters, plus John Olerud, who batted .298 for the regular year and is heating up at this stage of the playoffs with homers in his last 2 games. Millwood 18-7 for the year, a 1-hitter in the division series against Houston, a Game 2 win in the LCS against the Mets, and a save in Game 3 of the first series against Houston thrown in.
And the best part about Kevin Millwood's game is he throws strikes. Nothing overpowering, a good heavy fastball. He can get it up to 94 miles an hour, curveball, change, and a slider. But his key is to be able to throw strikes and stay ahead of the hitters.
The first hitter is Henderson. Not much of a hitter in this series. 2 for 18. Perhaps the greatest leadoff man of all time has scored 1 run in this series. The all-time leading base stealer hasn't stolen a base in this series. He pops it up back of the plate, and it's just out of play.
Let's take a look at the Braves defense. They've got a change tonight, but Chipper Jones at third base has been there every day. 2 errors in this series. I think a key guy is Brian Hunter at first base. Very good defense there.
Chipper has had his problems playing deep at third with 2 strikes now on Ricky Henderson. And he lines it into right field, a leadoff hit. That's been a rarity in this series. Ricky aboard to begin an inning.
Good hitting there by Ricky. It wasn't a bad pitch. I think Millwood wanted it down a little bit more, but it was a breaking ball away, and Ricky just kind of flipped it to right field for a base hit. Watch the location. Not a bad pitch, just good hitting there by Ricky. That pitch is down and away, knee high, and Ricky fires it off in the right center field.
He bluffs the go, and it's strike 1 to Edgardo Alfonzo.
Ricky stole 6 bases in the division series, but he doesn't have a stolen base so far here in the LCS.
Amid all the excitement of the tremendous 15th inning rally by the Mets, perhaps overlooked, an important sacrifice bunt laid down by the man at the plate now, Edgardo Alfonzo.
That was a tough situation, and he did get the bunt down perfectly, and that led to the Mets being able to come from behind and win the ball game. So don't ever underestimate a bunt in crucial situations.
Fouled off, 0-2.
Millwood is able to keep the runners close at first base because he'll use a slide step every once in a while, and he really kind of works at holding the runner. So Ricky's going to have to work hard to get a good jump off of Millwood.
Another foul out of play. Cookie Rojas is back on the lines at third for the Mets. Suspended for 5 games following the concluding game of the division series, so he sat out games 1 through 5, and now he's back. Bruce Benedict returns to his usual role as Bobby Valentine's bench coach. Mookie Wilson is the Met coach at first. Another 0-2 pitch, but first Ricky is chased back. Going, and another foul ball. The plate umpire is Jerry Crawford, Ed Montague at first, Jeff Kellogg at second, Charlie Relaford at third, Ed Rapuano has the left field line, Jerry Lane in right. Again, he's not going, and this one is hit in the air to right. Jordan lifts back a bit to take it. So Alfonso's retired, and that brings up Olerud, hitting .351 overall in the postseason. A bit closer that time. Millwood, a 24-year-old North Carolinian, eyeing Henderson and Olerud, and starting John with a strike.
And you see he's using that slide step that keeps Ricky close to first base. It's not allowing him to get a great jump over there.
Millwood 6'4", 205. This is his third year in the majors. His 0-1 pitch. Hit in the air to center. Easy play for Andrew Jones. Here at Turner Field, the ball carries pretty well down the lines and to straightaway left and right. But to center field and in the gaps, it doesn't carry well at all.
Bob, we talked about Millwood being able to throw strikes and how he's holding Ricky Henderson tight. Watch this slide step. There's no way you can get a great jump off of that if you're a base stealer. He doesn't lift his leg. He just kind of slides to the plate. And on top of that, he's thrown 10 straight strikes in this ball game.
Here's the wounded Piazza without an extra base hit in the postseason. Gimpy knee, swollen left thumb, bruised left hand, black and blue left forearm, knocked woozy by Brett Boone in Game 3 at a home plate collision, and in there in the cleanup spot for Game 6.
And Bob, it appears to me that Ricky Henderson is giving up a little bit on trying to steal off of Millwood. He's getting a lead, but Millwood is keeping him close to first base just by using the slide step. Not so much by throwing over there, but not giving Ricky a lot of time to run as he delivers the ball to home plate.
Remember how hard runs have been to come by in this series. You get Henderson on board to start an inning, and he hasn't even made a move. Going, and that one's in there. 2 balls and a strike.
Take a look at Millwood and his slide step and watch Ricky. He doesn't even move. Unless he's trying to decoy Millwood.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Piazza, who has only talked about his condition when asked, he's not complaining, says that at times he feels a tingling in his hands. If this were the regular season, there's no way he'd be in there.
And Bob, you can hit well, you can do a lot of things well when your legs are hurting, but when you have something bothering you as a hitter in your hands, it's almost impossible to have a good swing. You're kind of giving it 99%, maybe 98%, but it's very difficult when you have a sore thumb, a sore wrist, all this combined, and it's hard to deliver the bat through the strike zone with your normal bat speed. And that's what's happening to Piazza, because he's getting some pretty good pitches to hit. He's just not able to handle them.
This is a 2-2 pitch, and Ricky is going. A swing and a miss, and it's a moot point. Piazza down on strikes. Braves coming up in the first.
Nine programs, $27. 5 hot dogs, 6 pennants, $45. 1 big puppy hand, $6. Their first big league ball game, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, the card at the heart of Major League Baseball.
George, what makes you so different?
I'm a risk taker.
I'm sorry, I don't follow you.
Well, how many people do you know who would have the courage to try that Moroccan end table with this contemporary chair?
Where do you find that strength?
Yeah, it's genetic, probably.
Let's be honest. There's really no such thing as a gracious winner. You might say things like nice game or shake your opponent's hand. But no matter how humble you are on the outside, deep down on the inside, you're saying, I'm better than you are. The Mitsubishi Galant. ranked the #1 family sedan under 20 grand by Car and Driver. Better than Accord or Camry. Boy, we just love saying that.
It's the way a good steak sandwich tastes like it came from a steakhouse. The A1 Steak and Cheese Sandwich at Subway. Made for you, just the way you want it. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
Good evening. I know, license and registration. Kirk Brewer. I've been wanting to talk to you. Me? You're the fund manager for my large cap fund. Oh, yeah. So I noticed you made the top 10. Yeah, but not the top 5. Let's put the clubs away and get back to the office.
It's time for the E-Trade Mutual Fund Center. Instant scrutiny of over 4,700 funds.
Here's the lineup Bobby Cox puts together for Game 6. Chipper Jones, who had 45 homers during the regular season and batted .319, coming alive a bit in Game 5. 3 hits, 2 of them for extra bases, also had a couple of walks. It's Mr. Larry in Atlanta. One of the 3 Stooges in New York. Here's Mr. Leiter.
Well, I think it's important for the Mets, for Leiter to get off to a good start, and sometimes he's a little erratic at the beginning because he throws a high fastball and he throws a cutter, and he misses a lot in the early innings. If the Braves are patient, he may give them some help. And here's the defense behind Leiter. John Olerud, only 2 errors this series. Well, he has 2 errors this series, but the rest of the infield has been called the best infield in the history of the game, and that's saying a lot.
So Leiter, a tough luck loser in Game 3 on an unearned run set up in part by his own error, goes to work on Gerald Williams. Called strike 1.
And Gerald immediately asked home plate umpire Jerry Crawford, where was that pitch? He said it was down. The Braves are not normally a team that takes a lot of pitches. They do not normally work you deep into the count. First fastball they see, they're usually hacking.
In the dirt, a ball and a strike. Walking through the Met clubhouse a couple of hours ago, the Bruce Springsteen was blaring. Starting pitcher gets to select the music, and Leiter from New Jersey prefers the boss. A fellow Jersey lad. The 1-1 pitch. Inside and low, and Williams is hopping around as if it hit him. Makes his way to first with the trainer out to check on him.
Well, he tells the trainer he's okay. It's a breaking ball, down and in. Big breaking ball right there. Looks like it gets him on the back right toe. Right foot. It looks like it gets him on the, right on top of the back foot. He couldn't move that back foot. He had it planted and gets drilled.
Williams stole 19 bases during the year. First pitch to Brett Boone is inside.
Bob, I noticed something about the Braves, though. They were content on taking pitches. Gerald Williams took the first pitch for a strike, and he was even taking the second pitch, which was a breaking ball down and in. And here Brett Boone really takes the pitch. He's not being aggressive. Maybe they're going to see just how effective Leiter can be at the beginning of this ball game.
Williams was asking for time. Ed Montague, the umpire over there, with first base coach Glenn Hubbard.
It appeared to me that Ed Montague was explaining to him the balk rule, that if your right foot, if Leiter's right foot passes the rubber, then he has to go home.
They're yelling balk from the Atlanta dugout. 2-0 the count to Brett Boone. Gerald Williams was one of those picked off by Kenny Rogers in Game 2. Leiter, though a left-hander, doesn't have a move anywhere near as good as Rogers.
I don't know why they were yelling balk. He was just standing there with the baseball. But you're watching. Let's see if they take this pitch. They are making a conscious effort to make Leiter throw pitches. That appears to be their strategy to me.
Williams at first, nobody out, and the 2-1 pitch to Brett Boone. First, he's chased back. There have been 6 pitches thrown in this game by Leiter, and the Braves haven't swung at any of them yet,
which is unusual for the Braves.
3 balls and a strike, and still no swings.
Actually, Bobby Cox was a little upset with his ball club on Sunday. He said they swung at so many bad pitches, especially when they had runners in scoring position. There's Don Baylor, the hitting instructor.
3-1 on the way. Walked it. So a hit batter and a walk. Put 2 on with nobody out.
And this was the biggest fear for the Mets, is that Leiter would get off to a poor start, have to throw a lot of pitches early in the ball game on 3 days rest. Here's the pitch sequence to Boone. Look, he's not even about to swing. He's not ready to swing. He's taking all the way. And very effective so far on the Braves' strategy.
Remember, even if Leiter were relatively sharp, on 3 days rest, they might not be expecting 7 or 8 innings. They might be looking for 5 or 6. Bobby Valentine won't wait long before you see Yoshi, who didn't go all that far on Sunday, or Hershiser, or Kenny Rogers up. Chipper Jones, the runner's break. Here's the throw from Piazza to third, not in time. It gets away. Williams sprints to the plate. He's going to score. Boone holds second.
Remember in the game in New York where Leiter lost 1-0. Same situation, first and second. Gerald Williams takes off for third with Boone going to second. An error by Piazza allowed him to score. I don't know how they're going to score this one, but Gerald Williams comes in to score once again by being aggressive in the first inning against Al Leiter.
And now the 1-0 to Chipper. It hit him. 2 hit batters, a walk, a double steal, and an error. What an inning.
That's a cut fastball, and Chipper can't get out of the way either. It's a cut fastball, and it gets Chipper on the back foot. Take a look. Well, it gets him on the right shin. Now that could smart a little bit.
Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, to the mound. All the talk about Leiter going on 3 days rest. This is a completely different era in baseball. But remember, Joe, when a Whitey Ford would be expected to pitch games 1, 4, and 7 of the World Series, Pat Mahomes gets up, all on 3 days rest.
Right.
Or a Koufax or a Bob Gibson would pitch an important game on 2 days rest, as Mickey Lolich did in the World Series, or Jim Lonborg did in the World Series. This isn't a criticism of Leiter or any other modern pitcher. Rotations are set up differently, but pitching on 3 days rest used to be the norm.
Well, the game has definitely changed, and that's what they're used to doing. So anytime you take them out of their comfort zone, it does cause a problem.
Jordan, the cleanup man. They still haven't swung at a pitch. 1-0 the count. Al Leiter hit only 9 batters all season. He's hit 2 in this inning.
He looks like he's throwing well velocity-wise, but he often has problems in the first inning, so this is not anything new. I just think the Braves are taking advantage of it much better than they did in the game in New York.
That's the first swing on the 12th pitch, and on the foul ball, a ball and a strike. The Braves scored a first-inning run on Friday night without benefit of hit against Leiter. They've already done that here, and they're threatening for more. First and second, nobody out. On the corner, strike 2.
And if you're Leiter, you're still in pretty good shape. If you can make one good pitch to get yourself a ground ball and maybe get a double play here, you can keep their scoring to a minimum here, you're still okay.
The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit toward the hole, and it's by the diving Ventura. Brett Boone being waved home. It's 2-0 Atlanta.
Well, he leaves this breaking ball out over the plate. He normally tries to throw a cut fastball in to jam the hitter. Look where this one is, out over the plate. Jordan goes out and gets it and pulls it past the diving Ventura. Just past him. And Brett Boone comes in to score easily, and Chipper Jones stops at second.
Which brings up the struggling Andrew Jones. Just 1 RBI in the postseason.
And because he's struggling, Bob, don't be surprised if he bunts here.
He takes ball 1. Andrew is just 7 for 36 in the playoffs and has at times appeared to be pulling off the ball and swinging wildly. Leiter trying to weather the storm in the first. Threw it by him.
Well, that's Andrew Jones' MO right there. A fastball, he will chase it up and out of the strike zone. Leiter threw it up high, and he went after it. He's not nearly as patient as some of the other Braves hitters can be in these situations.
Leiter bluffs, and Chipper's back.
And the reason he's trying to keep Chipper close to second base, it is much easier to steal third base off of a left-handed pitcher than it is a right-handed pitcher because of him whirling around and because it takes him longer to deliver the ball.
A little tapper out in front. Leiter takes it to second. He pulls him off the ball. The bases are loaded.
Bad communication there, Bob, between the catcher and the pitcher. The catcher is supposed to be yelling, and he should be going to first base with this ball. The catcher should be yelling right now, first base, first base. He turns and fires. It's going to be a close play at second anyway. Here's Chipper Jones leading away. It's a chopper right out in front of the mound. Now he charges. He gets it very quickly. Now he throws to second. Now watch. You see Brian Jordan. He's already there. The play should have gone to first base. It appears that Jordan may have injured himself sliding into second base. The trainer goes out.
Jordan is speedy, and he may have had it beaten, and the ruling is fielder's choice, not an error.
Well, in game 3, first inning, he looks at second. Now he throws a poor throw to first base, pulls the run off. Now they double steal. Piazza throws it into center field. Gerald Williams comes in to score. Boone moves over to third base. They only got 1 run in the first inning in game 3, but so far they've got 2 runs, and they still have runners in scoring position. That is scored just as a fielder's choice, Bob, because it appeared to me that Jordan was going to beat the throw at second base anyway, so no error. Just a bad choice.
They call it a fielder's choice. That doesn't mean it was a good choice.
Right. It definitely was not the proper choice. But someone has to help Leiter. They should be yelling first base all the way. You have a speedy runner at first in Brian Jordan. You have a good runner at second in Chipper Jones. And the ball's chopped in front of the plate. You have to take 1 at first base.
Bases loaded. Still nobody out. Eddie Perez, hitting .471 in the series with 2 homers, stands in. Swings and lines it foul. During the regular season, the Mets' entire team made 68 errors in 163 games. The extra regular season game, the wild card playoff, against the Reds. They have 7 errors in 5 games plus an inning in this series. 0-2. If the Braves teams make the World Series. They'll do it without Javi Lopez, their all-star catcher, who went down at midseason, making Perez the starter. Without Andres Galarraga all season long. The 0-2 pitch, way high and outside. Without Terry Lightenberg, there's the big cat, Galarraga, who averaged 130 RBIs the last 2 seasons and gave them fine defense at first, and that's Javi Lopez, the sideline catcher, along with him. Without Terry Lightenberg, who threw out the first ball tonight, was to have been their closer, Rocker took that role. 1-2 pitch to Perez. Foul back.
And Bob, because of all those injuries, because of all the problems the Braves have had, that's why Bobby Cox was named the Sporting News Manager of the Year, because he did such a great job to keep this team together through all those problems and still win over 100 ball games.
A win away from their 5th World Series trip of this decade, and a rematch with the Yanks. The 1-2. That'll make the seats as well. Atlanta is hoping to reverse what happened last year. Last year, Bobby Cox's team was down 0-3. Won twice in San Diego, came home and lost Game 6 on Sterling Hitchcock's 2-hitter. Here, up 3-0. They dropped Games 4 and 5. They hope to come home to close it. With the bases loaded, another 1-2 pitch and another foul ball. Bases loaded, nobody out. Chipper Jones at third, Brian Jordan at second, Andrew Jones away from first. Breaking ball fouled off.
Good battle here by Perez, and he has been the Braves' most consistent hitter throughout these playoffs here with the Mets. And he's doing a good job here of fouling off some tough pitches. Leiter has made some pretty good pitches, and Perez has been able to foul them off.
Another 1-2 pitch. And a line drive, base hit. 2 runs will score. Jones in. Jordan right behind him. 4-0 Atlanta.
And Eddie Perez continues his good hitting against the Mets. And it's unfortunate for Leiter that Perez was the guy with the bases loaded. He fights off a lot of pitches. Now Leiter comes with the fastball. He tries to get a cutter in, and Perez rips it over the head of the second baseman, Alfonso, and drives in 2 runs and allows Andrew Jones to go around to third. Good hitting here. He's demonstrated a good bat throughout this series, and he continues.
Leiter threw 25 pitches, didn't retire a hitter, pitching on 3 days rest, and now may have all fall and winter to rest. 4-0 Atlanta.
Pentium 3 processor owners, we've designed a website especially for you. Intel's Web Outfitter Service. Everything you need for a great internet experience. You can mix your own music. Improve the quality of your pictures. Even create your own website. Intel's Web Outfitter Service. Get it now. Free at Intel.com.
When you've got Schlotsky's on the brain, there's not much room for anything else.
The best man has arrived.
I'm gonna get you over that broom if it kills me.
But so has an uninvited guest.
Jordan has my book. Quentin has my book.
So you read my book, too.
And even though the names were changed to protect the innocent,
Mia's Casey, you're Jackson, and I'm Kendall.
nothing short of a miracle is going to protect the guilty.
Did you sleep with her?
Oh!
My hormones are raging out of control. I'm emotional. Good night.
The best man.
Can we at least hold each other?
Rated R. Starts Friday.
I wonder if you can fix that truck again.
E-tailers like Amazon.com choose priority mail. Shouldn't you? Merger mania. Two companies hook up, and everybody goes crazy. Janice gets beyond the hype, digs deeper into the data, and finds out what's really going on. Janice even showed up in person at one company's sales convention for a reality check with salesmen who predicted their merger would alienate customers and sales would suffer. Janice stayed out of that feeding frenzy and didn't get bit. Get there. Janice Mutual Fund.
Join Christy Yamaguchi, Elvis Stoico, Philippe Candeloro, and more. The KBKids.com Starscape salute to Barry Manilow. Saturday on NBC.
Leiter out, Mahomes in. Brian Hunter to the plate, swings on the first pitch, skies it into left center field. Over for the catch is Hamilton, but a fifth run will score. As tagging to come across is Andrew Jones. Sacrifice fly for Brian Hunter, who at this point will take it. He's still hitless in the postseason.
If you're the Braves, all you want to do is move the runners. You would like to get a base hit, but the job is done when you get the ball to the outfield and allow Andrew Jones to score. Good job there by Hunter to get the ball into the air, deep enough for Andrew Jones, who is a speedy base runner, to score. Hamilton throws toward the plate, but no chance there. Ventura does a good job and cuts the ball off. So good job there by Brian Hunter.
Even the first out plates a run. That's the kind of inning it's been for the Braves.
Look, Bob, I can't tell you how smart I think the Braves have been in working light of the first two hitters, Gerald Williams and Brett Boone, usually two first-pitch hackers. They took some pitches, they allowed Leiter to help them out, and now they put 5 on the board.
Fastball thrown by Weiss, 0-2. Mahomes was 8-0 this year. Those are his figures in the postseason. Perez leads away from first. And Weiss bounces it foul with the RBI single. In fact, he got 2 RBIs on the hit. Eddie Perez is now hitting an even .500 in this series, 9 for 18. Kevin Millward, the pitcher who's been staked to a 5-0 lead, is on deck. That misses 1-2. More bad news for the Mets. The last time Millwood allowed more than 2 earned runs in any start was over 2 months ago, early August against the Giants. Now he's ahead 5-0. Weiss hits a double play ball to Alfonso, who has trouble with it, but gets it to Ordonez, who relays it to Olerud in time to end the inning. But not before 5 runs score. This is Ned Yost, the third base coach, waving 2 runners home on the Perez single.
Every day, Wall Street traders rely on the most advanced technology in the world. Shouldn't the rest of us be able to do the same? Daytech Online. The rules are changing.
You know, I wonder if you can fix that truck again.
E-tailers like Amazon.com choose priority mail. Shouldn't you?
Why is it that superheroes never have kids? Does changing diapers get in the way of fighting crime? Or could there be a simpler explanation? Maybe superheroes just have a hard time finding a family sedan that the bad guys won't laugh at. The Mitsubishi Galant, ranked the #1 family sedan under 20 grand by Car and Driver. Battle Evil. Bring the kids.
At Burger King, we're making breakfast that's easy to eat on the run, like our sausage, egg, and cheese croissant sandwich or delicious French toast sticks. Grab them and go right now for just 99 cents each. Hey, with tasty choices like this, getting out of bed just got a whole lot easier.
Burger King. Have it your way.
Brewing is really both an art and a science. Our ability to control different parts of the process with science is critical. But our ability to taste product and to understand what a different variety of hop, what different varieties of barley will do to the absolute flavor, and to blend ingredients that change year over year is the actual true art of brewing.
NBC's coverage of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Daytech Online. The rules of online trading are changing. By 10-10-3-2-1. Now just 8 cents a minute for calls over 10 minutes. And by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of Major League Baseball. This Bud's for you.
What a difference between Robin Ventura's last at-bat and this one. It seems like only moments ago that he drilled that laser beam of a shot over the right center field fence at Shea, his grand slam single that ended Game 5 and brought us back to Atlanta. By the time he bats in Game 6, his team trails by 5.
And it's really going to be difficult to try to make up 5 runs against Millwood because he throws strikes. And you need a little help to try to make up that big a deficit. But the one thing the Mets do have, they have some power. You're not going to hit 9 or 10 singles to get back in the ballgame. You're going to have to hit a couple of balls out of the ballpark.
3 balls and a strike.
Well, Millwood's a little upset. Now Perez is going to go out and talk to him and basically tell him you're going to have to get a little bit more of the plate than you might want, but throw strikes. Millwood thought that last pitch was a strike, but he didn't get the call from Jerry Crawford.
Against the Mets this year, Millwood is 2-0 with a strong no decision thrown in. The Mets have had little success against him in any of his 3 previous starts. Full count. Ventura, the 32-year-old Californian who was a member of the 1988 Olympic baseball team, longtime member of the White Sox. This is first season with the Mets. Lost this one on the infield. Brian Hunter comes in from first to take it. And we check with Craig Sager.
When Al Leiter walked off the mound, few words were said. However, he did confirm with pitching coach Dave Wallace what Joe Morgan pointed out, that he could not throw any of his pitches for strikes. Bobby Valentine then asked Wallace how he looked in warm-ups, and he said fine, but apparently that's where he lost his control on the way to the mound. Bob?
Craig, thanks very much. Al Leiter is a tremendous competitor. This evening, perhaps the greatest disappointment of his career. We saw him take the ball in Game 7 of the World Series 2 years ago and pitch his heart out, and he's done that down the stretch of the regular season and in the playoffs to this point. But he just didn't have it on 3 days rest.
And that's the key, Bob. 3 days rest. I mean, it changes everything for a pitcher who's normally accustomed to having 4 days in between starts.
Hamilton lines one to right, base hit. A 1-out single. Our aerial views are courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Overhead, Goodyear's blimp stars and stripes, continuing a 75-year tradition of making appearances at major events. Whether invited or not, they just appear. In this case, we invited them. Here's Roger Cedeno, 6 for 10 in this series. Except for a pinch running appearance in the 15th, and he in fact scored the winning run. He sat out Game 5 with back spasms. Says he's not 100%, but he's much better than he was. 48 hours ago. Pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. This is what Cedeno has done to this point in the LCS. He doesn't play against left-handers. He hit .313 for the year, but under 200 right-handed. That's out of play. It makes you wonder. He hit .334 lefty. Is this the kind of guy that maybe should abandon switch hitting?
Well, because of his speed from the left side, he probably, you know, he could help himself hitting from the left side exclusively and trying to learn to slap the ball to the left side from the left-handed pitcher.
3 balls and a strike. Cedeno doesn't have much power. He hit 4 home runs, but he stole 66 bases. A chopper, which is grabbed by Hunter. He looked at second. He sprints instead to first for the unassisted putout.
What happened there is that when he looked to second base, he had time to go to second base, but the base runner was in between he and the shortstop, between him and the shortstop. Good job by Darrell Hamilton here. The ball is chopped. Right here, Hunter has a shot, but he doesn't want to take a chance of hitting the base runner, so he just makes sure one at first base, which is the proper play. See, right there, Darrell Hamilton is between him and the shortstop, so he decides to take one, which is the proper thing to do. Make sure of one.
And you have Ordonez, who isn't hitting at all, coming up with 2 out now, so why open the door to a possible big inning?
When you're ahead in the ball game, you force the other team to catch you. Do not make any mistakes that will help them to come back on you.
Ordonez is 1 for 20 in the series. Masato Yoshi, the Game 5 starter, getting loose. Mahomes is in the on-deck circle, but Craig Sager tells us if Ordonez reaches, Bobby Bonilla will pinch hit. 2 balls and a strike. Ordonez almost never walks. There's Bonilla replacing Mahomes on deck. He doesn't have any power. Speaking of Ordonez, just 1 home run. With the pitcher coming up behind him, no one pitches around him. He doesn't have a walk in 9 postseason games. But he's ahead on the count here, 3-1. And Millwood is struggling. He said he didn't have his best stuff in his Game 2 victory. This after he was totally brilliant in a complete Game 1 hitter against the Astros in the division series. And pretty clearly he doesn't have his usual command tonight. But he has a 5-run margin of error. Strike 2. Payoff pitch, and Ordonez rolls it to the right side. Brett Boone up with it, and the Mets are gone in the second. Hoping for trip number 5 in the decade to the World Series. The Braves lead by 5.
From the most accessible city to the most remote village, everybody needs energy.
You want to do this or this or this.
And energy is very much a Siemens product.
You want to have this and this and this.
Energy from steam, from water, from gas. We can get energy from any available source, including the sun, which means we can get energy to places where we can't even get a car.
Somebody's this or this or this.
We're Siemens.
We can do that.
The other day, I'm driving down Broadway when that pastrami on rye catches up with me. Heartburn, big time. My passenger says, here, take a Zantac 75. I say, what are you, a doctor? And he says, yeah.
The medicine in Zantac 75 is the #1 doctor-prescribed acid reducer. It relieves even your toughest heartburn, controlling acid for up to 12 hours.
A real gentleman, that doctor.
Zantac 75 for tough heartburn. Doctors know.
The most powerful V6 engine in its class. The most interior space in its class. Amenities that would surprise you in any class. For those seeking refuge from mediocrity and compromise, we offer the Sanctuary. Presenting the all-new Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking.
We got a dog for the kids. Okay, so I became attached.
Dad!
So my wife called it obsessive. I just wanted the perfect food for my dog. Talked to the vet, talked to the breeder, read books. Okay, 2 words. Go shopping. That's how I found Purina One brand lamb and rice formula. First ingredient, lamb. I think we found our dog food. Me? Obsessive? I don't think so. Purina One, second to none.
When your children are ready for college, will your college fund be ready for them? Prudential can help you be sure. Millions of parents plan for their children's education with the guidance of a Prudential professional. Talk with Prudential so you'll be ready when the first tuition bill arrives, whether it's a long way off or just around the corner.
Al Leiter didn't survive the first. Pat Mahomes on the hill as the bottom of the second rolls round. Kevin Millwood would start it. Pretty good hitter, 154, had a homer. A ball and a strike. If Ray Ordonez had reached base, Bobby Bonilla, as we said, was going to bat for Mahomes because then one swing could make it 5-3. Now Mahomes is due to lead off in the third. And I don't know if Bobby Valentine wants to deplete his bench at this point, and Mahomes is a decent hitting pitcher, so it's possible that Mahomes will hit. Millwood goes the opposite way. Cedeno takes it. And folks, you can log on to MSNBCSports.com for a lot more on the NLCS. Listen in to pre- and post-game audio interviews with players from both teams. Total Cats bring you a real-time box score and a visual breakdown of the location of each pitch. And the Reds' Barry Larkin provides in-depth analysis of each game from a player's perspective. MSNBCSports.com, the official website of NBC Sports. Ball 1 to Gerald Williams, who started the 5-run first when he was hit by a pitch. Later stole a base and scored. A pop-up to the right side. Olerud near the line. Into foul ground to squeeze it. A quiet second so far. Dave Wallace checking to see if Yoshi is ready. He was throwing earlier. Then Bobby Valentine will have to decide whether or not he bats for Mahomes. 2 out, nobody on, and a strike to Brett Boone. The Braves set a record for futility in Game 5, stranding 19 runners. They scored 5 times in the first and didn't leave anybody on. Let's check with Craig Sager.
Well, there's no question Bobby Valentine's not going to wait. He has Sean Dunston here. He told him, get ready, because if he gets through this inning, you will pinch hit for Pat Mahomes. Tom?
There's your answer. Thanks, Craig. One and 2 to Boone, who walked and scored in the first. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For those of you who keep track of oddities like these, somehow Atlanta went through the entire Game 4 without stranding a runner. 0 left on base. The next night, over 15 innings, they strand 19. The 2-2. Jammed him and he fouls it off. Ask Bobby Cox about that. I guess he'd say, well, shows you can lose a number of different ways. We didn't squander many opportunities in the 4th game. We lost. We squandered a zillion in Game 5. We lost that, too. Boone swings and misses, and Mahomes sets the Braves down in order in the second. Dunston will bat for him when we go to the third.
You can't imagine the tension, Dad. Jamie was our last hope.
Phone calls like this are just too important to rush.
Their pitcher was huge.
That's why we always dial 10-10-3-2-1.
And then Jamie really smashed it.
With 10-10-3-2-1, our calls over 10 minutes are half off. That's just 8 cents a minute, day or night. And at 8 cents a minute, we can talk as long as we want.
Grandpa wants to talk. I won the game!
Talk as long as you want with 10-10-3-2-1.
Something touched my hand.
Rated PG-13 starts Friday.
It's the way a good steak sandwich tastes like it came from a steakhouse. The A1 Steak and Cheese Sandwich at Subway. Made for you, just the way you want it. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
Yeah, let me get this straight. Are you actually saying I don't have to pay you a separate commission every time I trade a stock? Exactly. I'd pay an annual fee instead. Right. Is anyone getting
If
this?
we don't pay you a commission every time we trade, what's your motivation?
It's just like always, Ann, your best interest.
Could you just explain it again?
Maybe what it is the fee is based on the value of our portfolio. So when we succeed, they succeed.
Well, you'll have to be patient with us. This is all very new.
Thursday, a teenage boy carries a secret.
Oh, God.
A secret that's revealing itself.
Your girlfriend found you?
One alarming step at a time.
What the hell?
And just when you think you've figured it out, think again. An all-new ER, NBC, Thursday.
Craig Sager back in Atlanta, where Sean Dunston put on a batting helmet, got a bat, started to step out of the dugout to pitch it as he was told. But at the last minute, Bobby Valentine, mind turning, changed his mind. Put Pat Mahomes back in and told Sean he'd have to wait, Bob.
All right, Craig, thanks. So here's Mahomes, pretty good hitting pitcher, 5 for 16 for the year.
I think there's another reason he's using Mahomes, Bob. You have to keep the Braves where they are. So you need more than the 2 innings that Mahomes has given you. And he's throwing the ball pretty well. So your first priority is to keep the Braves right where they are, and then you try to chip away. You do not worry about getting 5 at one time. You need 1 here, 1 there, and then you're back in the game. I think now you have to break the game into 3s. The first 3 innings, then 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, 9. You have to try to reach a point where you're back in the ball game when you get to the 7th inning, and that's what faces the Mets now, trying to get 1 here, 1 there.
Fouled off, 2-2. The biggest deficit the Mets have overcome this year was 6 runs back in May against the Phillies. Down 6-0, they won 9-7. That game was started by Al Leiter. Called strike 3, and Mahomes is out. The biggest lead that the Braves have blown this year was 5 runs. Also against the Phillies in July. They led 5-0. They lost 6-5. That game was started by Kevin Millwood.
A lot of coincidence here, huh? Mahomes not happy. He thought that the pitch was low, but his job is to hold the Braves right where they are and give his team an opportunity to try to work their way back into this ball game.
Ricky Henderson singled his first time up. Ball 1 high. Ricky is 3 for 19 in the series, as you see, but he hasn't reached base via the walk as he usually does. He doesn't have a single base on balls in this series. He chops it to Chipper Jones, whose low throw is scooped up by Brian Hunter.
It's very unusual for a guy like Ricky Henderson, who walks a lot, not to have any bases on balls in this series. It's a routine play by Chipper, but his throw is a little low, but Brian Hunter, a good first baseman, digs it out.
How unusual is it for Rickey Henderson not to have any walks?
Right.
2 men in baseball history have walked more in their careers than Rickey Henderson. Their names are Babe Ruth and Ted Williams.
And he walked 4 times in 68 at-bats this season against the Braves, but none in this series.
Ball 1 to Alfonso. Fastball high.
That has been the adjustments that the Braves made on Alfonso. After game 2, when he had such a good game, they've been trying to throw the fastball up on him. And they've had some success, and especially when they get it up and away, they've been able to strike him out on the pitch up and away. And there you see, he was hot the first couple of ball games, and then they started staying away from him. Look at it, 6 Ks in the games 3 and 4. Added 2 more game 5, but he also got a base hit.
Fastball upstairs, 3-1. Olerud on deck.
Bob, the Braves have walked only 11 batters this entire series, and 4 of those were by McGlinchey on Sunday.
He swings on the 3-1 pitch. A pop into left center. Andrew Jones will take it. The Mets go down in order in the 3rd. It remains 5-zip.
Hello, I'm Mark John Jeffrey, and I'm here to talk with you about People PC. What is People PC, you ask? It's simple. 1, a new brand name PC replaced every 3 years. 2, unlimited internet. 3, in-home service. Yep, if all else fails, they come to you. 4, great deals on stuff you like from places you know. All for $24.95 a month. That's it. Let's review. For about the cost of internet service alone over here, you get unlimited internet, a new computer, in-home service, and great deals over here. All for $24.95 a month. How? Strength in numbers, my friend. Folks, I'm Mark John Jeffries for People PC. Thank you, and God bless.
Why do people believe nothing works better than Alka-Seltzer Plus?
It just breaks up my nasal congestion so that I can finally breathe.
Only Alka-Seltzer Plus has the power of effervescence. It gets the medicine moving to break up your worst cold symptoms. Nothing breaks up your cold better.
The Blair Witch Project on video or DVD. Now with newly discovered footage. Own the project October 22nd. The newly styled Lexus ES 300. Let the affair begin.
They are moments that are indelibly etched in time. The Sporting News selects baseball's 25 greatest moments, presented by Kodak, Saturday on NBC.
A team 100 years in the making. MasterCard presents the Major League Baseball All-Century Team, Saturday on NBC.
Jim Gray back in Atlanta. Brian Jordan, who slid into second base in the first inning, is in the on-deck circle. There you see his right knee. It is bruised and banged up, and they can't stop the bleeding. It is now coming through on his uniform. He's going to continue, and he really doesn't have much of a problem. Jeff Porter, the trainer, and Dave Pursley telling me he's a baseball player. It might be a problem, but this guy's also played football, so it's no problem. Bob, back upstairs here with Chipper Jones hit.
Chipper laces one to center to start the bottom of the 3rd.
And this is a very good sign for the Braves, Bob, because Chipper, the longer the game went on Sunday, the better he looked as a hitter. He had 3 base hits down the stretch, and he's swinging the bat well again, right back through the middle for a base hit. He was trying to pull the ball before pulling off and getting himself out, but he started to really swing the bat well on Sunday, and it continues today.
Jordan had an RBI hit in the first.
Here's first inning base hit, a breaking ball out over the plate. He finds a hole on the left side and contributes to the Braves' 5-run first inning.
There goes Chipper Jones. Jordan slices it down the right field line, and it makes the seats.
And I think this is a good idea if you're the Braves. You have a 5-0 lead, but it's only the third inning. If you can get a good jump, if you can add to your total, take off. In this day and age, a lot of teams are able to score 5 or 6 runs in a ball game. Not too often against the Braves pitching staff, but you want to guard against that if you can. Do not give them any hope.
Workhorse Turk Wendell loosening up before beginning to throw. Yoshi was up earlier. Mahomes is on now in relief of Al Leiter, who left without retiring a hitter in the 5-run Atlanta first. Chipper stole 25 bases this year. Excellent percentage. He was caught only 3 times. Not going, and a strike to Jordan, 1-2. Remember, Brian Jordan, like his former teammate Deion Sanders, was a two-sport star, football and baseball. So a little scrape on the knee. I mean, you came out of a football game with something like that, you'd be expelled from the fraternity. That doesn't even make the injury report in the NFL. And he fouls it to the screen.
Brian was a little upset in the ball game Sunday because they sent Lockhart to the plate. He was thrown out by quite a bit, and Brian was on deck. And he felt like they should have stopped him, but they still wouldn't have pitched to Brian. They would have walked him and, you know, pitched to Brian Hunter, who was after him. But he was still upset, and that's the type of competitor he is. He wants a chance to drive in a run.
Even though Keith Lockhart was out by quite a bit at the plate on that play, I think the third base coach, Ned Yost, made the right play. You're in extra innings. Runs are tough to come by. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Check swing foul. The field is wet, and in fact on that play, Mora, the right fielder, had a tough pickup and nearly slipped. His throw short hopped the second baseman Alfonso, who made a nice play. Alfonso's throw was a tough one to handle at the plate for Piazza, but Mike did make the play and applied the tag. But when you have that many things that can go wrong, and there's 2 outs anyway, you might as well make them make the play. Chipper Jones is running. Jordan bounces it, and here's Ordonez on the second base side of the bag to take it in stride and throw him out.
Well, it was a good play by Ordonez, but he was covering the bag. He was going to cover at second base because the pitch was supposed to be a fastball away. He was going to cover, so that allowed him to continue on and cut in front of second baseman Edgardo Alfonso and make the play. Now watch up here. See, he's going to cover, and that's why he's so far along. I mean, this is almost straightaway second base, and he cuts over in front and makes the play.
Andrew Jones with Chipper Jones at second. Fouls it away. He breaks for third. Piazza's throw. Not in time.
Tell you what, Bob, Larry came to play. Larry said he's trying to manufacture a run all by himself here as he takes off at third base. Piazza's throw is there, but he got such a good jump from second base that he slides in safely. Here's the throw. Piazza throws on the outside, but you can see that Chipper slides in ahead of the tag by Ventura.
Now the infield has to come in, and a ball low.
Let's take a look at the tag. See, not even close at third base. Piazza's throw was on the foul side, but he had a great jump off of Mahomes from second base. Steve Mike's reaction.
And now a chance to add to the 5-0 lead. A bouncing ball. Alfonso charges, keeps the runner at third, and throws him out. So Andrew Jones continues to struggle.
Well, he definitely pulled off of that pitch. It was a breaking ball away, and he just reached out and tried to, pull it, and he hit it off the end of the bat. This is the kind of pitch with 2 strikes. You look for a young player, he's got to try to go back through the middle of the other way. Just a breaking ball away, a little slider, and he hits it off the end of the bat because he wasn't going that way.
Eddie Perez, who had the big hit in the first, a bases-loaded single that produced 2 and made it 4-0. Ordonez scoops this one up, and the Mets avoid further trouble. Jones got to third with 1 out, couldn't score, still 5-0.
A forbidden love leads to an epic battle. Randy Quaid and Whoopi Goldberg lead an all-star cast. Leprechauns, NBC Sunday in 3 weeks.
Chrysler Concorde, 4-wheel independent suspension, and a powerful V6.
I didn't know Davis could move like that. I told him to think of himself as something powerful and agile.
Wonder what he was thinking. Buy now and choose 0.9% APR or $1,000 cash allowance.
Doug gave it to Madeline. Edith gave it to Walter and Roy. Richard gave it to Earl. Dr. Marsh gave it to his patients. It's Juno, the internet service so simple to use, everyone is passing it along to their friends. You don't have to be a computer whiz to get online. Anybody can do it. Debbie gave it to everyone down at the garage. For a free month of Juno, call toll-free 1-800-TRY-JUNO.
Need a lift?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Sack of 10, please.
Want one? Thanks. Okay, you can let me off here.
White Castle, what you crave. Right now, pick up a tasty White Castle tomato burger.
What's your first order of business?
I think I'm going to make a trade.
Phil Jackson arrived in L.A. today. You got a wish list? Dream team?
I'm still doing my research.
Did you just wake up, Pat? I don't know who it's going to be.
You guys don't know anything about Phil Jackson. I drive him.
Hi, Mr. Jackson. So I heard about a trade.
Hot pager. That's probably him now.
How you doing? I was just wondering, you could throw me a bone and just, you know anything about the trade?
I'm going to make it right now.
TV Waterhouse, member New York Stock Exchange.
Make the call. Come on.
We're rooting for a Subway Series. Complete coverage after the game.
Although he leads 5-0, Kevin Millwood has not been sharp. He's thrown 48 pitches through 3 innings. But he doesn't need to be anywhere near perfect tonight. He's been given a 5-run lead. Olerud starts it in the 4th and takes a strike. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, Bob, at the end of that inning, Bobby Cox turned over to Leo Mazzone and Pat Corrales, and he said, I hope we're not going to start wasting all these opportunities again tonight. I hope we learn from what went on in the other game. He was fairly annoyed, and he walked back down out of the dugout so he wouldn't say any more and contain his emotion. Bob?
Well, when you have standards, you adhere to them, even when you're leading 5-0. The 0-2 pitch. Struck him out on 3 pitches. That brings up Piazza, just playing on grit, Joe.
Well, he has, and he's had some tough collisions at home plate. He's been hit by backswing. He's tripped over first baseman's foot, and he's taken a lot of foul tips off off his body, and he's been run over by a lot of base runners, but he has held on to the ball each and every time. He's never dropped the ball on those collisions.
He struck out in the first, and he fouls this one off. The Mets are carrying only 2 catchers. If Piazza had to go out and then something happened to Todd Pratt, they'd have to reactivate Jesse Gonder and Choo-Choo Coleman. Broken bat roller. Hunter's got it. Millwood covers. Piazza digging hard down the line is out of there.
Well, Piazza only knows one way to play, Bob, and that's give you 100%, whether it's on the defense or running out this little ground ball. I mean, he can't run any faster than this. Runs all the way down. Good hustle there by Mike Piazza.
If you're looking for an argument against the idea that big money makes the modern player soft, this would be Exhibit A. It does to some, not to all, and certainly not to Piazza.
Definitely not.
Robin Ventura swings on the first pitch, lifts it to right. Andrew Jones glides in front of Brian Gordon to take it. Down go the Mets in order in the 4th.
Change might do you good. Buy a new 2000 Oldsmobile Bravada and get a 6-disc CD changer at no extra charge. Plus, $1,500 cash back. So you can rock, roll, and ride to hours of uninterrupted music. Get down to your Oldsmobile dealer today and start something loud.
Anne Klein Eyewear by Luxottica. What do you want people to see?
I want you to see fearlessness.
The unexpected.
I want you to see you don't need words to make a statement.
Ask for the latest Anne Klein styles by Luxottica.
This holiday season, the most original, most emotional films may not be in theaters. They'll be on your desk. Introducing the easiest way to create and compose and edit and polish your own home movies. The all-new iMac. Now with desktop video.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Kim, 13 years. Billy, 10 years. Mildred, 8 years. In 1962, a store was born that for 37 years has shown us some things are always great products, great prices, and great people. To celebrate our anniversary, we're honoring some of the folks who make it all happen. Come help us celebrate. And if you see Marie, say hi. She's been in the family a long time.
NBC's coverage of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Oldsmobile and your local Oldsmobile dealers, and by Coors Light, frost brewed to tap the clean taste of the Rockies.
From high above, these pictures from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. Goodyear currently maintains a 7-blimp fleet. You can have a blimp fleet. You can't have a fleet blimp. These things move about 3 miles an hour. Bottom of the order in the bottom of the 4th. Mahomes faces Brian Hunter, who had a sacrifice fly in the first. They checked down at first base, and Ed Montague says he went around for strike 1. Hunter is one of those rarities, a right-handed batter and left-handed thrower. You don't see much of that.
And you take a look there, and that's what first base umpire Ed Montague saw, the barrel of the bat out in front of the plate.
A ball and a strike. They check again. Different result this time, 2-1.
Good change up there from Mahomes. That's the first one he's thrown in the ball game. Watch the motion. I mean, good motion. Everything looks the same as a fastball. And it's right there in the middle of the plate, but Brian Hunter way out in front.
Full count now. In this series, the first baseman for Atlanta, Hunter and Klesko, are a combined 1 for 17. The only hit was Klesko's homer back in New York. A blast that gave them the lead in Game 4 and put them on the verge of a sweep. Mets rallied to win that one. Then came the Game 5 epic. That brought us to Game 6. Check swing sounded like a broken bat.
And you see Andrew Jones, who's been struggling in this series. Ozzie Guillen talking to him about his approach to hitting. Gerald Williams standing there. Both of them giving a lot of encouragement, I'm sure, and said, hey, hang with them. We're going to need you as we go farther into the playoffs.
And that's a fact, because even tonight, in scoring 5 runs, the Braves haven't exactly torn the cover off the ball. Hunter lays off and draws a leadoff walk. This Thursday on NBC, a full night of must-see TV headed your way with all new episodes of all the comedies, plus a new ER. Television's biggest night, must-see TV, Thursday on NBC. You look back at the first, 2 hit batters, a walk, an error, a double steal, a botched play that turned into a fielder's choice. Hunter breaks from first, they pitch out, and Piazza's throw is still right.
Well, Hunter had a good jump. Ray Ordonez thought he had him at second base. Mahomes takes a little longer to get rid of the pitch out than you would like. Piazza's throw a little bit on the shortstop side, and Hunter goes in diving and quick tag at second base by Ordonez, but very close play, but Jeff Kellogg says no.
Ball 1 to Walt Weiss with Millwood on deck. Just to finish the thought about the Atlanta first, there were 2 base hits. One was a grounder through the left side by Brian Jordan, and the only ball that was really well hit was Perez's single to right center. Hunter's sacrifice fly was a soft fly into left center. Toward the middle, Ordonez scoops it off, throws on the run and gets him.
Good job by Weiss, though. He moves the runner over to third base. If they would not have stolen second base, they probably could have turned a double play on that ball, but good job by Weiss, again, to move him over into scoring position with 1 out over to third base. Nice play by Ordonez. This ball's hit up the middle, ranges far to his left, and makes it look easy.
The infield comes in, and Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, comes out.
I think what they're going to talk about is, in case of the squeeze, what they want Mahomes to do. See, there's 2 things you do with a squeeze. You can knock the hitter down, or you can try to throw the ball outside in a pitch-out situation. It's easier to knock the hitter down if he's right-handed, because then it allows the catcher to catch the ball and be on the side to tag the runner out coming in. So we'll see if they try to come inside or whether they try to throw a normal pitch out. They're definitely aware that he might try to squeeze here.
We've seen each team attempt to squeeze in this series, and each team botch it. We were talking to Bobby Cox about the Greg Maddux attempt with the bases loaded in Game 5, and he was very surprised. He said, in all my years in the game, going on 40 years, the 2 best bunters I've seen are Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine. But Greg couldn't get it down. A bluff toward third.
Well, he was shocked when we told him, though, that that pitch wasn't down the middle to Maddux. He thought it was down the middle and he had missed it, but the ball actually sailed away from him. It was a tough pitch to bunt.
An attempted 2-strike suicide squeeze bunt into a double play. All right, so here's Millwood. Appears to be swinging, takes outside.
It's a cat and mouse game between the managers, because if you're Bobby Cox, you say, well, when does Bobby Valentine think I'm going to put the squeeze on? And you try to work away from that. And Bobby's trying to figure out when Bobby Cox is going to put it on, and he's going to call a pitch out then if he can.
Millwood cuts and misses. Ned Yost with the signs from third. One and two. Mahomes has some hop on that fastball now.
I think that's, again, why they left him in. He was throwing the ball well, and at this point, that's what they need. They need to shut the Braves down for the rest of the game if they're going to have a chance to get back in this ball game.
If the Mets put a man on in the fifth, Mahomes would be the next hitter. Fouled off. He's due to hit fourth in the fifth inning, and at that point, they couldn't wait. They'd have to bat for him.
Exactly. He's retired 9 of the 11 batters he has faced. And Bobby Cox has the luxury here of having a 5-0 lead. He can just let Millwood go ahead and swing. If he strikes out, so what? You still have Gerald Williams coming up with a chance to drive in the run from third.
A broken bat liner caught by Mahomes, and it's a double play with the flip to Ventura. So it remains 5-0.
Constrictor knot with a midshipman's hitch.
What? Hurry!
It's a problem. Everybody's rushing. Wow, that's a constrictor knot with a midshipman's hitch.
There's just no stopping a frost-brewed Coors Light.
We are now starting our descent into Orlando.
The two most amazing theme parks ever created, Universal Studios Florida and the new Islands of Adventure, only at Universal Studios Escape. Are you ready to feel more alive?
This job's killing me. I've got to start thinking about the future. Thinking long term. There's the kids' college. They need good health care. And then there's my retirement. Yeah, I got to start thinking about this stuff. For more than 2 minutes at a time.
Your health, your finances, your future. Aetna, for what matters most.
Hey, change might do you good. Buy a new 2000 Oldsmobile Bravada and get a 6-disc CD changer at no extra charge. Plus, $1,500 cash back. So you can rock, roll, and ride to hours of uninterrupted music. Get down to your Oldsmobile dealer today and start something loud.
Thursday on Friends, Rachel files for an annulment on the grounds that Ross was
unable to consummate the marriage.
How do you feel about that, Ross?
I'll consummate this marriage right here, right now.
Plus, Chandler and Monica try out parenthood, and Chandler comes to this conclusion. Okay, an all-new Friends must-see TV Thursday.
There are two things you do at third base with less than 2 outs. You go on contact or you make the ball go through. Obviously, he's going on contact because watch, he takes off as soon as Millwood makes contact. He starts for the plate. And unfortunately, it's a line drive back to the pitcher, and it's a double play.
Millwood faces Hamilton in the fifth and starts him with a strike. In each of the last 2 innings, the Braves got a man to third with 1 out, but couldn't increase their 5-0 lead. Fouled off, 0-2.
And as Jim Gray said, Bobby Cox not very happy. Even though he has a 5-0 lead, he doesn't want to squander those scoring opportunities that he gets in those situations.
And Hamilton starts the fifth with a base hit to center. He's 2 for 2.
curveball. This is just an average curveball. You see it's rolling. It's not a sharp break or a sharp downward motion. It's more a change of speed than a good breaking curveball. And Hamilton just lined it back through the middle for a base hit. And Bob, if you're the Mets, this is the inning that you have to start making something happen. You're in the 5th inning. You better get a couple here, one or something, just to get on the board. And until you prove to the pitcher that you can score on him, he has all the confidence in the world. You have to scratch one here or there, or else you're going to be in trouble going into the late innings. And the Mets are definitely running out of time.
Chipper Jones in close at third. Cedeno lofts one to center. Andrew Jones. Williams right behind him. That's the first out. That brings up Ordonez. We mentioned earlier in the playoffs that Ordonez had improved considerably with the bat. Certainly not a terror at the plate, but he had ceased to be an automatic out, raising his batting average to .258. But in the postseason, he's been as close to an automatic out as you can be, now hitting .048. Can't catch up with a fastball. Bobby Bonilla on deck to bat for Mahomes. On top of it, Ordonez hasn't drawn a single walk, and when he's been asked to sacrifice, he's popped the bunt up each time.
He hasn't bunted well in this series, but this is a good time for him to try to drop one down.
For a hit.
Yeah, right.
0-2. And that just about removes that option.
Let's hope so.
Although Millwood has gone to 3 balls on several hitters in this game, he still has only 1 postseason walk against 16 strikeouts. Still 0-2 to Ordonez.
We have a shot of Ordonez in batting practice today, and he took one attempt at a bunt. He drops it down the first base line. That's what you do. That was what they've needed from him a couple of times, and he hasn't been able to produce that.
But in batting practice, it's standard to step in and just bunt the first one. I mean, Babe Ruth laid the first one down. But if this is a guy who's going to be called upon to bunt, shouldn't he practice more than one?
I would say so.
You know. Here's the 0-2. Fouled out of play.
Well, let's take a look at the attempts he has made in this series. Game 2, he bunted to Brian Jordan almost into a double play. Game 4, he was trying to sacrifice. He popped it up. And, of course, in Game 5, same results yesterday in a sacrifice situation.
And down he goes, chasing the high fastball. 4th strikeout for Millwood. So here's Bobby Bonilla. As Bobby Valentine hopes he can catch hold of one and cut the deficit to 3. What the Mets wish, as Turk Wendell begins to throw, is that they could cash in the 3 runs they forfeited in the 15th in Game 5. Base hit for Bonilla. Hit it sharply through the right side. When Ventura didn't round the bases, which should have been a grand slam, became a single and 1 run. If they could have stored those 3 for tonight, that would have been helpful.
Bonilla, very good low fastball hitter. I mean, that's his strength, the low pitch. And he gets a low fastball, and he shoots it in the right field for a base hit.
One big swing away from a ball game. Henderson not the Mets' biggest home run threat by any means, but he did hit 12 during the year.
At this point, if you're Bobby Valentine, you want Ricky to get a single and get your team on the board. Just get a base hit. We need a run.
Strike 1.
This is Ricky's game by game in the series so far. He's struggling like most of the other hitters in this series. Only 2 base hits in the 5 games. And
Millwood gets ahead of him 0-2. Just this week, Ricky Henderson was named by the Sporting News as the comeback player of the year in the National League. And they give that award on the basis of a vote of his fellow players.
That's kind of interesting. He's the comeback player of the year in the National League when he was in the American League last year.
I guess it's the league you're in right now, the
yeah.
0-2. But an excellent point.
He didn't have a poor year in the National League last year. What is he coming back from? Here's a fastball away and close pitch, but off the plate. Watch, you'll see that this pitch is off the plate. And Ricky does have a pretty good eye at the plate.
The 1-2 pitch. A breaking ball got him. Drop that curve in, sweet as you please, and Ricky sits down.
Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now, during Chevy Truck Month, you can lease the truck, the 2000 Chevy Silverado. With a more powerful V8 than any 4x4 pickup from Ford or Dodge. During Chevy Truck Month, you'll find the biggest selection of the year on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks.
So with Staples.com, you order the supplies you want, I approve them, and they're delivered the next day.
You mean I can order pens?
Yes.
Paper?
Yes.
How about an executive leather chair?
No.
Paper clips?
Yes.
Linda.
When you people are finished, I have a light bulb in my office that he's changing too. I love the way they pull together.
Want great prices on everything, even furniture? Staples.com.
Small business software, $400. Letterhead, $610. Office supplies, $90. Remembering who you work for. Priceless. MasterCard business bonuses let you earn miles good on any airline, no blackouts. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard business card.
Today, a teenager in Madrid and a teenager in Atlanta discovered an international language. Boy. Today, Don Reed found a mutual fund that will put his kids through college. Some new roommates in Boston found their first piece of furniture. Tony Ramos made his latest dance mix available to techno fans worldwide. And Charles Beckman got in touch with his high school sweetheart 60 years after their first kiss. And they all found it on Snap.com. Thursday on Frasier, Martin gives the gift of love.
Congratulations, you're standing on your very own grave. What?
And Bulldog's back. Will babysitting make him a kinder, gentler...
Oh, my God!
Well, he's good with kids. Then it's Halloween on Stark Raving Mad. All new must-see TV Thursday.
Turk Wendell out of the Met bullpen. The book is closed on Pat Mahomes.
Bob, let's take a look at two curveballs. This one just rolls, so Hamilton lines it into center field for a base hit. Now watch how much this one breaks. And look at that. I mean, that is a big league curveball right there. Here's the illustration. See, that one's just spinning right there. He hits it into center field for a base hit. Now watch this. Look how tight the rotation is on this one and how it just drops right off the table.
Ball one to Gerald Williams in the bottom of the fifth. Pat Mahomes pitched 4 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, struck out 1, and held the Braves in check. When he came in, it was already 4-0. Nobody out. He allowed a sacrifice fly by Brian Hunter, the run charge to Leiter. Got the next guy, Weiss, to hit into a double play to end the disastrous first. Disastrous from the Met perspective. And then threw 3 more innings of scoreless ball. Now they hand the ball to Wendell. 2-2. Popped out of play. Still 2-2 to Gerald Williams, who hit .275 for the year. Tonight he's been hit by a pitch, Stole a base and scored and fouled out. Breaking ball again, fouled out of play. Turk Wendell has a fixation with the number 9. Hence he wears 99. There are bonus clauses in his contract for certain numbers of appearances. And instead of receiving $5,000 when he reaches each of those plateaus, Williams, driving one to right, the catch made by Cedeno, he asked the Mets to give him $4,999 instead. And his 1999 contract is for $1,200,000.99. And he must be very pleased with the last putout. F9 works for me. A ball to Brett Boone. Brett is walked and struck out. Swings from his heels and comes up empty.
Bob, because of the fact that the Braves have not scored any runs since the first inning, you really have to give them credit for their game plan in attacking Leiter, and that was not to attack him. Take a lot of pitches, get him in the jam, and score some runs. Because you take away the first inning and it's a nothing ball game again. So you have to give them credit. Don Baylor, I'm sure he talked to them about being patient with Leiter at the beginning of the ball game, and it worked.
2-2 to Boone. Come next spring, Don Baylor won't be wearing a Braves uniform, not because they won't want him, but because several other clubs do as their manager, and he'll have his choice of at least a few spots. Got him on the breaking ball. Second time tonight, Boone is struck out. And you can check out an all-new ER.
NBC Thursday, a boy's secret is revealed.
Oh my God!
A secret that could tear apart the ER.
Just a minute.
All new ER, NBC Thursday.
Two out, nobody on for Chipper Jones. Hit by a pitch, single, stole a base. Very likely this year's National League MVP. If so, he'll be the first Brave to win the award since Terry Pendleton in 1991. Shallow left field. Henderson in, Ordonez out, Rickey for the catch. Wendell works the perfect fifth. The score remains what it was after one. 5-0 Atlanta.
Saving someone's life is like falling in love, as if you've saved your own life as well.
Newsweek magazine says bringing out the dead is high-risk filmmaking. You won't want to miss it.
Blast off!
Rolling Stone magazine says Nicolas Cage gives a blazing, unforgettable performance.
Yeah!
And Time magazine calls it truthful and uncompromising.
Man, you guys are good.
This is exactly what Martin Scorsese was put on Earth to do.
Are you okay? Never felt better in my life.
Bringing out the dead. Rated R. Starts Friday in theaters everywhere.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
Morning, Gina. Hey. We're all set.
I just finished a one-minute trip.
Yeah, well, we're chasing daylight. We really gotta. Can I get you water or anything?
Can I just go for 1 second? We're ready. Got to go to my truck.
I know. We just, yeah.
I would defend you, but I am prevented.
I shall defend myself. I must trade now.
Nice stuff. TV Waterhouse, member New York Stock Exchange.
Get out of here.
staying so mad.
Want strong bones? Calcium may help prevent osteoporosis.
Manhattan traffic, bumper to bumper. Average speed, 6.5 miles an hour. Miami traffic, bumper to bumper. Average speed, 142. Real American heroes come to NBC. The NASCAR Pennzoil 400 coming in November.
At the Braves' earlier playoff games this year, there had been about 5,000 or 6,000 empty seats. It's SRO tonight. And if this score holds, this ballpark will host Game 1 of the World Series Saturday between the Braves and Yankees. We'll have it on NBC. Alfonso, Olerud, and Piazza in the New York 6th against Millwood. The Mets have actually out-hit the Braves 4-3. But the Braves had 2 of their hits, along with a sacrifice fly, a double steal, a botched play that was ruled a fielder's choice, and 2 hit batters in the first inning to score 5 runs. Maddox and Smoltz laughing it up, and why not at this point? Again, we're not presuming anything, but in the event that the Braves hold on and win this game, Tom Glavine would be the starter, if the rotation holds, in Game 1 of the World Series for Leo Mazzoni and Bobby Cox. Alfonso fouls it off. If, underlining if several times, it's Braves and Yankees. That's a good World Series just based on the merits of the 2 teams. But clearly in this case, the winner of that series would be labeled the team of the decade. Ripped to left center field by Alfonso, and that splits Williams and Jones and goes to the wall. A leadoff double.
Edgardo had been struggling since the second game of this series, but I mean, this is a rocket. He takes his low fastball and just puts a charge into it, and he splits the outfielders, and he leads off with a double. I mean, that is a bullet that finds the gap before Gerald Williams or Andrew Jones can get close to it.
Olerud looking for his first hit. Takes ball 1. Piazza on deck. Fastball in there. Off the outside corner, or perhaps a bit low. 2-1. Is on the outside edge, evening the count at 2-2.
John Olerud standing there trying to get a ball that he could drive, hoping that on 2-1, Millwood would make a mistake, middle of the plate in, but he drills the outside corner again.
And Olerud hangs in. Saturday, the Braves were 6 outs from the World Series and couldn't get them. The next night, they were 3 outs from the World Series. Couldn't get them. Bouncing ball, White can't get that. Into center field. Alfonso is stopped at third by Cookie Rojas. The throw comes all the way through, but Olerud isn't going anywhere. First and third, nobody out.
With 2 strikes, they're shading Olerud a little bit toward left field, and he grounds it right back through the middle. Wise makes a dive for it, but he can't knock it down. And here's Edgardo. He takes off. He gets a good jump. I'm not so sure why they didn't send him, but you see Cookie Rojas stopping him. Because the Braves really weren't concerned with him. They're trying to make sure that Olerud didn't move up into scoring position.
So now here are the Braves 12 outs from the World Series. But the Mets are threatening in the top of the sixth. Piazza fouls it off, and it got a piece of his counterpart, the Braves catcher, Eddie Perez.
Well, Piazza doesn't have an extra base hit in the entire postseason, and he gets a pitch to hit. Mike Piazza does not miss that pitch normally, so I've got to think that his hands are hurting him a lot more than he's given on. That was Mike Piazza's hit. You do not hit over 300 every year, drive in over 100 runs, hit 40 home runs a year, and miss pitches like that.
Breaking ball, foul to the screen, 0-2. Bobby Valentine was saying in his office, not as a criticism, but almost with a tip of his cap toward Piazza. He was just playing through clenched teeth in this series, that Mike is missing a lot of the pitches he normally drills.
Well, he just missed two that you wouldn't want to throw to him 2 months ago.
Here's the 0-2. He hits this one high in the air to left. Williams goes back. It'll get a run home. Alfonso tags. The throw comes to second. Olerud retreats to first. Sac fly for Piazza. And a 5-1 game.
Let's take a look at these pitches, and these are pitches that a lot of big league hitters would hit, especially a good hitter like, look at that, right down the middle of the plate. That one's on the inside part of the plate. And remember, these are breaking balls, not good moving fastballs. These are breaking balls that aren't really moving a lot. And Mike, very frustrated. Look at that. I mean, he's frustrated. He knows that he had good pitches to hit and couldn't handle them.
Terry Mulholland getting loose. A ball to Ventura, who's 0 for 2.
Bobby Ventura names his bat. Names like Stumpy, El Negro, Big Country. And I think he should have named the one he used on Sunday, Big Fly.
Rips this one down the right field line. It's in there for extra bases. Olerud on his way to third. Rojas waving him on, but then stops him when he reaches third base. And Ventura pulls him with a double.
And this is important not just because there's an uprising, but they have been able to score 1 run. And again, a pitcher feels like he's bulletproof out there until you put a run on the board. And they have hit some balls hard. And again, right there, and Ventura ripped it into the corner. He has not made great pitches this inning. And he's very fortunate that the pitches he threw to Piazza were not hammered.
A double, a single, a sacrifice fly. Then Ventura whistles one into the right field corner for a double. All this brings Leo Mazzoni to the mound, but now the Braves pitching coach returns, about to be seated alongside Bobby Cox. The Mets are a single away from getting back in this game. Ventura's got a gimpy knee, though. He doesn't run as well as he usually would as he leads away from second. Hit toward the middle. Boone can't get it. 1 run home. Rojas wins Ventura on. It's 5-3. And Hamilton is 3 for 3.
And Bobby, the Mets will not die. I mean, they have showed that they will get up off the carpet as many times as necessary to prolong their season. Little fastball out over the plate. Hamilton doesn't try to do too much with it. Grounds it right back through the middle. Boone makes a valiant attempt to keep it on the infield. He can't do so. It actually goes off his right arm. And Hamilton's at first, and it's a 5-3 Atlanta lead.
They're going to bring in Mulholland. Cedeno, the next hitter, is a switch hitter, but much better lefty than right. So exit Millwood, enter Mulholland.
When your children are ready for college, will your college fund be ready for them? Prudential can help you be sure. Millions of parents plan for their children's education with the guidance of a Prudential professional. Talk with Prudential so you'll be ready when the first tuition bill arrives, whether it's a long way off or just around the corner.
Get it while it's hot. Introducing Sprint Nickel Night. Now calls are just a nickel a minute every night. Switch now and catch the fever. Call 1-800-PIN-DROP.
Introducing a new children's cold medicine that makes Mom feel better, too.
He usually runs away.
This tastes like cherries.
New Alka-Seltzer Plus for children with the fizzy taste kids love and the medicine they need. New Alka-Seltzer Plus children's cold medicine. You'll both feel better.
Where's the party? Looks like we're at.
This Halloween, 6 strangers have been invited to a party. If they can stay up till dawn, they'll win $1 million each.
I think I got something.
The only catch is that they'll have to live through the night. House on Haunted Hill, rated R. Starts Friday, October 29th at a theater near you.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Joe, you made the point earlier. You play the game in thirds.
And that's because if you're the Mets and you're down, as they were 5-0, you do not have to try to get back in the game all at once. But by the time you get to the second third of this ball game, you have to be in the game. You can't go to the final third 5 runs down. So no matter what happens the rest of this inning, the Mets have accomplished a lot, and they still have a third of the ball game left.
It started to drizzle as Mulholland comes in, and Agbayani now bats for Cedeno. First pitch to Benny is a ball. Well, they played through it hour upon hour Sunday at Shea. 2-0.
And now we see why Bobby Cox, I should say, was disappointed that they were not able to push runs across in the second and third innings when they had the opportunity.
3 balls and no strikes to Benny Agbayani, who will stay in the game and play right field after hitting for Cedeno.
And the question is, what do you do with Ordonez if Agbayani gets on base?
Strike 1. Among the 3 people throwing for the Braves is John Smoltz. Fouled off, and again it takes a bite out of Eddie Perez. The count is full.
The important thing here is that Mulholland throws a strike, and we see Perez making like Mike Piazza, taking one off the shoulder.
Umbrellas popping up all over Turner Field. It begins to rain a bit harder now. Hamilton is chased back. He's always been a pretty good base stealer. Works out in the offseason with the former Olympians Carl Lewis and Leroy Burrell.
That'll get you ready for quick start.
He goes on the 3-2 pitch, and Agbayani rips it foul.
Well, you see Bobby Valentine feels that he's back in this ball game now, so he's going to run in those situations. Earlier in the ball game, when you're down 4 runs or more, you do not run in these situations. 3 balls, 2 strikes. He sends Hamilton. He doesn't get a good jump, so it was up to Agbayani to put the ball in play.
Not going this time. Ball 4. A pinch hit walk. 2 on, 1 out. 3 runs already home in the 6th. And Ordonez will hit.
And I tell you what, Bobby, he's going to get another opportunity to advance the runners with a sacrifice.
Looks like Sean Dunston coming out of the dugout as a pinch hitter. No sign of the bunt, and strike 1.
This is surprising to me. Even though he hasn't been successful bunting in this series, I think you have an opportunity here to get yourself tied.
And instead, he gets himself in a 2-strike hole. He's hitting 0-45 in the series. 1 for 22.
Well, I guess Bobby's saying, well, he can't bunt. Maybe he can get a base hit.
A ball and 2 strikes.
This is an elimination game for the Mets, and you have an opportunity to get back in this game right here. You have to take every opportunity that you have and do something with it. Because if you let the Braves out of this inning and you're still trailing by a couple of runs, they could retire the next 9 hitters without you getting another opportunity.
Another 1-2 pitch. And another foul ball.
Take a look at this pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes, up and out of the strike zone. And they were able to strike Ordonez out early in the ball game. I mean, that's almost shoulder high, but he's able to foul it off. So he is battling here, and, you know, for his sake, you hope he can hang tough.
He hits it hard. White sticks the catcher, steps on the bag to end the inning. The kind of series it's been for Ordonez. He whacked this one, but in the wrong place, into Weiss's glove and into a double play.
To build the new LeSabre, we didn't just look to research numbers or test scores. We also took a good look at your family. Introducing the all-new 2000 LeSabre, re-engineered with more safety features than any other car in its class. The new 2000 LeSabre by Buick.
It's you against him, against her, and who knows who else, all going for the same job. So what's going to set you apart? Kforce.com. For the first time, the power of the internet is backed by 2,300 Kforce recruiting specialists to help you break through. He's the one. Kforce.com. Opportunity has a new address.
Flat TV from Philips. A new way to look at television.
Allergies knocking you flat? Try non-drowsy Allegra. Only Allegra has fexofenadine. For people 12 and over, ask your doctor or pharmacist for more information. Side effects are low and may include drowsiness, cold or flu, nausea, or menstrual pain. Allegra, so you can enjoy the world around you.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
I'm calling long distance with one of those 1010 numbers. Makes you crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's not.
It'll make you nuts. But with the new AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan, calls are just 7 cents a minute.
Yeah, but you can only call at certain times, right?
7 cents a minute all day, every day.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week? That's simple.
Yes, it is.
So I don't have to use those 1010 numbers ever again?
No, you don't.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
As we come back on the first pitch in the bottom of the sixth, Turk Wendell drilled Brian Jordan. Jordan glaring at him, but there's no way in the world Wendell wants to do this.
No, it's a fastball up and in, and Jordan really, late moving out of the way, gets him on the right hand, and that could be tough because it pins his right hand to the bat. See, his hand is still on the bat, and that's how you break a finger or break a knuckle, with your hand being pinned to the bat by the fastball. Now watch, his hand's still on the bat, and you only hope that it was a grazing blow and didn't pin his hand to the bat.
Earlier on a play at second, he bruised and cut a knee. This could be a little more serious. Let's check with Jim Gray.
Well, this is the wrist that has been giving him trouble all year long. In fact, it caused him to miss some time, Bob. They saw the right wrist, and it looks like that's where it's taken the grazing blow. We'll be able to talk to Jeff Porter when he comes in, the trainer, but this is the wrist that has really been hampering him, and has just gotten well over the course of the last 3 or 4 weeks and allowed him to be so productive as he has been in these playoff games. Bob?
Let's watch it one more time, Joe.
Fastball that just tails in. Jordan leans away, and it gets him on his right hand. And Jordan very unhappy with Wendell, and he's walking down the first baseline. He said something, but home plate umpire Jerry Crawford walks right along to keep him on his path to first base.
Well, if Jordan went after Wendell, I don't think Turk could look to left field for Ricky Henderson to cover his back. Not after the words those two exchanged in New York over the weekend. Jordan is chased back to first. As we mentioned, Benny Agbayani stays in the game, plays right field after batting for Cedeno. First one to Andrew. He shows bunt and takes a ball.
And that tells you what Bobby Cox is thinking. He needs another run or two here, and he's going to try to sacrifice Brian Jordan in the scoring position.
The rain, by the way, has stopped just as quickly as it started. 1-0 pitch. Tapped in front of the plate. Wendell goes to his knees, swings it over to Overwood, and pulls him off the bag.
And for the Braves, that's better than a bunt, a swinging bunt, and you move the runner to second base, and you beat it out at first base. So the Braves took the bunt off. Andrew topped it down the third baseline. Nice attempt by Wendell, but Andrew Jones runs well, and you see he beat the throw anyway. Nice play. I mean, he's probably learned that from watching Ordonez and Alfonso slide into the ball to stop your momentum.
Now the Braves war chant and tomahawk chop from a crowd of 52,335, largest crowd ever here in the 3-year history of the ballpark, regular or postseason. They've drawn over 3 million fans in all 3 years since this park opened for baseball. Eddie Perez lays down the bunt. Overwood, with Alfonso covering, gets it. Successful sacrifice. That's the second time in this series that Eddie Perez, a catcher, has laid down a perfect bunt in a sacrifice spot.
And again, this just tells you what Bobby Cox is doing. He takes his most productive hitter, the guy that's swinging the bat best, and he says, no, I need some more runs. So he has Perez bunt the ball, Now he moves 2 runners into scoring position. And really, he decided he wasn't going to let his best hitter swing the bat in this situation. And that's what his teammates do when you come back in. They congratulate him, say, great job.
Now they're going to walk Brian Hunter intentionally, load the bases with 1 out, and take their chances with Walt Weiss.
And I think you have to do this if you're the Mets. You have to give yourself a chance to try to get out of this without letting the Braves score another run. Double play is what you try to get here. You set up the double play by walking Hunter. It's not so much that you fear Hunter more than you do Weiss, but you want to set up a double play situation, and they force out the play.
For more on Brian Jordan, we return to Jim Gray.
All right, Bob, well, there's quite a bit of relief down here on the Braves bench. Brian Jordan was struck by the pitch by Turk Wendell on his right index finger and his middle finger. It did not catch his wrist at all, according to Jeff Porter, the trainer. The right index finger is swelled up already just in the time that they went out and looked at it. He will be able to continue, but a great deal of relief because the wrist was not re-injured in any way. Bob?
Thank you, Jim. This is another potential nightmare inning for the Mets. Hit batter, little swibbed infield hit, sacrifice, intentional walk, bases loaded, 1 out, infield at double play death. And Weiss bounces it to Olerud, who's coming to the plate in time. And Piazza has his legs cut out from under him by Brian Jordan.
And I know Mike was aware that Jordan was going to be running. And after you've been hit by a pitch, you want anybody out there. I mean, if you get a chance, you're going to run over anyone. And it's a clean play. I mean, you try to keep Piazza from making a double play. Good play here by Olerud. He makes sure of one. He makes sure of his throw. Now, you do not want Piazza to have a chance to come off the bag and throw back to first base. So this is what you do as a runner from third base. You want to cut his feet from under him so he can't throw. You see, he's aiming right at Piazza. He wasn't coming anyplace else, and he knocks Piazza off his feet. And that is not a dirty play.
Piazza and Jordan had a brief stare down. And now Keith Lockhart will be called upon to pinch hit. Lockhart's triple in the top half of the 15th might have sent the Braves to the World Series. But the Mets rallied in the bottom half and forced Game 6. Dave Wallace comes out, and they're going to make a pitching change. They want the left-handed Dennis Cook to pitch to Lockhart, which he will do when we come back.
Give me an army that will save France from her enemies.
At 16, she convinced a king.
With half of France in the hands of the English, what have I got to lose? The other half.
And inspired an army.
Does she even know how to ride a horse?
She knows.
500 years later, her passion is still changing history. The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc. Rated R. Opens everywhere November 12th.
A lot of people have allergies. I have multi-symptom nasal allergies. It's the sneezing, itchy, runny nose, the nasal congestion. It's all of it. I told my doctor, I've had it. I want an allergy medicine made for my kind of allergies. He prescribed multi-symptom Flonase.
Flonase nasal spray once a day relieves all nasal allergy symptoms all day and night.
All it takes is Flonase.
The #1 prescribed nasal allergy spray. Even kids as young as 4 can use Flonase. For best results, use daily. If side effects occur, they are generally mild and may include headache, nosebleed, or sore throat. Call to learn more. Ask your doctor about multi-symptom Flonase.
When you get it all it takes is Flonase.
When you've got Schlotzsky's on the brain, there's not much room for anything else.
Is that what I think it is? But it's just a...
Try it. Incredible. The wireless internet right here in my hand.
news, sports, even Yahoo, all on Sprint PCS. And the calls? Clear digital calls. Nothing else has changed.
You think they're ready? Some are. Others will follow.
Introducing the Sprint PCS wireless web.
Lockhart had been announced, but when Cook comes into pitch, Lockhart is pulled back, and the right-handed hitting Jose Hernandez, one of their backup shortstops, the former Cub, will be sent up to face Cook. Hernandez had 19 homers this year, but he stopped hitting in the final couple of weeks of the year, and he's not as good a glove man, not nearly as good as Weiss or Guillen, so his playing time in the postseason has been limited. Bobby Valentine calling on Cook, replacing Wendell, who watches from the dugout. The veteran Cook was 10-5 this year. His ERA was 3.86. Bases loaded, 2 out. Way outside, ball 1. Kenny Rogers is throwing, and Mike Piazza is heading to the mound.
And Bob, anytime you come in relief and you have to start with the bases loaded, you have a very small margin for error. And when you miss with the first pitch, your margin for error gets smaller because now the hitter can sit there and just look for one pitch in one zone and do something with it. So it's very difficult for, Cook to come in and quell this uprising here the Braves are trying to have.
Here's his 1-0 pitch. Swung on and laced to the left. It produces 1. Yost waves Hunter home. It produces 2. Hit for Jose Hernandez.
And that's what happens when you miss with the first pitch. The hitter knows you have to come with a fastball, and if you miss again, then it gets even tighter. But he looks for a fastball in his zone, and he gets it, and he rips it to left field for a base hit. So tough situation for Dennis Cook. And the Braves scored 2 insurance runs here.
Listen to the third base coach, Ned Yost, waving the runners on.
Come on! We gotta have it! We gotta have it!
They had to have it, and they do. A 7-3 lead.
And they're going to appeal over third base
to see if Hunter missed the bag on his way around. And umpire Charlie Relaford says no. Very galling for the Mets. Valentine's team has 8 hits to Atlanta's 5. But 4 of the 5 Atlanta hits have come in their scoring innings. And all 3 Brave hitters who have been hit by pitches have scored in this game. Cook to Williams. Ball 1.
Let's take a look at Hunter coming around third base. And we'll make sure that he touches it. And you can see he clearly gets the bag. And you see the umpire Relaford look to see him touch it, and then he looks toward the outfield to find the ball.
That's low. 2 balls, no strikes. It all started when Jordan was hit by a pitch.
And Bob, this is the worst thing that can happen to you if you're the Mets. You claw your way back into the ball game at 5-3, and all of a sudden it's a 7-3 ball game. You give up 2 in the bottom half of that inning. So it takes all the pressure back off the Braves again. And you had put tremendous pressure on the Braves by coming in to 5-3 and still having runners at first and second.
Weiss at second, Hernandez at first, and this is a 3-0 pitch, which Williams cuts on and lifts back of short. Ordonez calling and taking it. But the Mets get 3 in the top of the 6th and give 2 of them back in the bottom half.
Wednesday, they're calling the new hit The West Wing Tense. Terrific. The most talked about new show. All new The West Wing. 9/8 Central, NBC Wednesday.
Whoops. Not again. Oh, no.
Whoops the daisy. Whoops the daisy.
Don't scratch up my side.
Sometimes the greatest challenge for an SUV isn't going off-road, but staying on. The M-Class, the only SUV that drives like a Mercedes.
Okay, so everyday errands aren't always so rewarding. That's why Chase introduces the Chase Continental Airlines banking card, the first debit card that rewards you with one-pass miles. Use it instead of cash or checks and get miles for every little thing you buy. Because when shopping seems less than rewarding, at least you've earned some miles. Another great reason to open a Chase checking account. Chase, the right relationship is everything.
2, 4, 6, 8, flat. Me and my generation. Don't you like kids who look like that? Nickelodeon Nation. Talking about hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now. Doing a celebration. I believe in Nick because Nick believes in me. Nickelodeon Nation. I believe in Nick. Nick believes in me. Nickelodeon Nation.
Nick, Nickelodeon Nation. With some of the most advanced safety systems ever engineered into a 4x4, including QuadraDrive, our most advanced four-wheel drive system ever, and a quick response steering system. It's no wonder Jeep Grand Cherokee is one of the safest ways to cross treacherous terrain.
Hurricane Jose is headed toward the Caribbean. Details after the game.
While we were away, Jose Hernandez, greeted by his skipper, Bobby Cox. Jose got him a couple of insurance runs, and now Cox wants to bring the hammer down. He's brought John Smoltz in to pitch the 7th.
Well, as I said before, I thought the Mets had an opportunity in the 6th inning to try to tie the game. And if they could do that, they're back in the ball game for the long haul. But they were not able to tie the ball game. I felt the pressure would switch to the Braves if they would have tied the game in the 6th inning. They didn't do so. Now the Braves are 9 outs away from putting this game away. And don't make no mistake about it, I don't mean that Bobby Valentine had no alternative but to bunt. It was just something I felt would help him at that time.
Up comes Matt Franco, their best left-handed pinch hitter to start the 7th. Let's check with Craig Sager.
Well, I asked Bobby Valentine if he thought at all about bunting Ordonez, and he said not with 1 out. But a point should be made that Ordonez, although he's had trouble in the playoffs, he did have 11 sacrifice bunts during the regular season, which was 9th in the National League.
And I think the big problem is he's 1 for 22 going into that at-bat. And again, I felt like if they could tie the Braves in the 6th inning, the pressure would have fallen on the Braves again. But again, there's always, that's the great thing about baseball. There are 2 or 3 different ways to handle every situation. And there's nothing to say that Bobby didn't handle it correctly.
And Bobby Valentine managed a brilliant game in Game 5, the 15-inning epic at Shea. Smoltz's 2-2 pitch. And Franco spanks this one to deep right center field, and even Andrew Jones can't run it down. This is going to be a pinch hit double.
Fastball drilled, and Andrew Jones didn't have time to run this one down. Matt Franco goes into second base with a double.
Met pinch hitters tonight. Bonilla a sharp single, Agbayani a walk, Franco a booming double. Henderson's 1 for 3, a first inning single, ball 1. Bobby Cox has thought this move through, as he does all his moves, asking Smoltz to pitch an inning or two. If his team wins tonight, the rotation can still hold. Glavine starts game 1 of the series. That's high. Smoltz comes back in game 2 on Sunday night on 4 days rest. 4 days rest from this assignment, which will be brief. Here's his 2-0 pitch. Comes down almost sidearm and gets the strike. Up and in, 3-1. Smacks it down the left field line. That's in there for a hit. Henderson on his way for 2 as Franco scores. It's 7-4.
And here come the Mets again. Good job by Ricky Henderson. Following Franco's double, he takes the fastball and rips it down into the corner. Looked like it was a fastball in, and he ripped it down into the corner. And he goes into second base with a double, and Bobby knows they're only 3 runs down now with no one out here in the 7th.
Alfonso, who doubled his last time up, takes a strike. The Mets have doubled the Atlanta hit total, 10-5. And New York, in truth, has hit more balls hard tonight than has Atlanta. Sliced out of play, 0-2. Prior to game 2, when he came out of the bullpen to save the game, finishing it with this called third strike to Bobby Bonilla, John Smoltz had never pitched in relief in his major league career, regular or postseason. A ball and 2 strikes. This is his second relief appearance in this series. Henderson at second, nobody out, the 1-2 pitch. In the air to deep right, Jordan goes back to the track, almost to the wall, to make the catch against the scoreboard. Henderson tags, he's at third with 1 out.
Edgardo hit that ball really well to right field. Fastball from Smoltz, which is basically all he throws when he comes in relief. Fastball away, and Jordan back near the wall, and he makes the catch. And I was interested to see how well he threw the ball back in, and he really threw it well, so his right hand is not bothering him that much on the throw.
Olerud now takes ball 1.
Smoltz wanted that pitch. The Braves are playing the infield back. They're going to let the Mets score a run on a ground ball to the infield.
And that's the right play,
yes,
with a 3-run lead.
No doubt. You will trade a run for an out here.
They get the run, and the Braves don't get the out. A A base hit to right from Olerud. And New York is back to within 2 again at 7-5.
And Bobby just trying to figure, he says, I don't know what I'm going to do here. As I said the first time, when Smoke came in to save the game earlier in this series, all he did was throw fastballs, and that's basically what he has done here. He's moving the fastball in and out, but basically the hitters are sitting on fastballs, and they're getting them. And they're finding some holes.
Piazza, the tying run at the plate, takes ball 1. Smoltz comes out of the bullpen. Franco cracks a double. Henderson delivers a double. Alfonso flies to the scoreboard in right. Olerud grounds a sharp single to right. Ball 2. I don't think we're going out on a limb to say that John Smoltz doesn't have it tonight.
But he doesn't seem to have the same movement on his fastball that he had in the ball game on Saturday.
Out of play. Every member of the New York Mets is up on the steps of the dugout. Not just Valentine, all of them leaning over the railing.
And they deserve a pat on the back no matter what happens, because, I mean, they were left for dead by the Braves with 3 games to go. They were 2 out with 3 games to go, and they bounced back, beat the Reds, beat the Diamondbacks, and they will not die here against the Atlanta Braves.
The 2-1 to Piazza. Hit in the air to deep right center. Way back. And gone! To tie the game at 7. Tied at 7, hoping for game 7.
That he normally hits. This one is out over the plate again. He goes the other way. Another fastball from Smoke. And when he hits it, he knows that he got enough of it.
Mike Piazza, who in the regular season wouldn't even be in, draws the Mets even.
What does this guy have to say that threatens these people?
Well, it isn't cigarettes are bad for you.
He's only the key witness in the biggest health reform issue in U.S. history.
He met an insider who was ready to reveal what no one else could tell.
I was told.
Don't talk.
Al Pacino.
The more truth he tells, the worse it gets.
Russell Crowe.
I told the truth. Not the point whether you told the truth or not.
The Insider, a Michael Mann film, rated R. Starts Friday, November 5th.
Natural, real, a whole new way to lose the gray. Quick, hassle-free, a look that really looks like me.
I wonder if you can fix that truck again.
E-tailers like Amazon.com choose priority mail. Shouldn't you?
Okay, with AT&T's new one-rate 7-cent plan, now your calls all day, every day, are just 7 cents a minute.
Yeah? What about those nickel plans?
Okay, it's not always a nickel.
It's not.
During the day, that nickel can cost you a quarter.
Making it no longer a nickel.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, but with AT&T, it's simple.
It's always 7 cents a minute.
24 hours a day?
Yes.
Every day?
Yes.
7 days, 7 cents?
Yes.
Do you want to explain it to him again?
I don't.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
Together, we've celebrated birthdays and opening days. Good efforts and little losses. Moments that live once and forever. But what we really celebrated is time together. Now McDonald's salutes the year-long Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration, where new memories are yet to come. Commemorate this momentous event at McDonald's with 4 special edition glasses. Where can you start celebrating the millennium? Did somebody say McDonald's?
what it looked and sounded like. Smoltz was smoked. And the reaction in the Met dugout. Al Leiter, who couldn't retire a man in the first, is now off the hook. He's among the first to greet Piazza. Smoltz faced 5 hitters, gave up 4 hits and a long fly ball, 2 doubles, and finally the home run by Piazza to tie the game. On comes Remlinger to face Ventura. 7-7 in the 7th.
Unbelievable.
The 1-0 pitch. A ball and a strike to Sunday's hero, Ventura. Met fan Jerry Seinfeld makes the trip to Atlanta for Game 6. One of the few happy people at Turner Field right now. Certainly John Smoltz isn't sharing Seinfeld's emotion. Down and away, 2-2. Ventura lifts one to right. Jordan goes back at the track, at the wall to take it.
Man, they have hit some hard shots here in this inning. 2 barely misses. And the Mets are swinging the bats really well here. I think only Jordan knew for sure that that ball wasn't going out. Everyone else thought they had a chance, and there's the Mets bench.
Darrell Hamilton, who has a perfect night going, 3 singles, takes a strike. Well, most of these Mets are so giddy by now, you can forgive them almost any display of emotion. Ball 1. Three in the 6th. 4 in the 7th. A 7-7 game. Bouncing ball right side. Hunter has it. Will beat Hamilton to the bag to end the top of the 7th. No team down 0-3 has ever forced the 7th game. The Mets have a chance.
Johnny! Johnny! Johnny!
Yes, my butter kiss.
Time to rub the bunions.
Great.
You're so sweet, Johnny. Between the toes.
I know.
Oh.
It's time for E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online.
Coors Light! Coors Light! Thanks to Coors Light, I can put out the hottest fire. Like the fires from nachos with jalapenos. Because when a mean jalapeno hits, even the biggest man will cry. Supervision, but with Coors Light, no fire stands a chance because it's cross-brewed to refresh like no other beer. That's why real macho men drink Coors Light, la bala de plata. Easy now, easy. Big guys don't cry. Here's your Coors Light. Coors Light! Coors Light!
You know how many single honeys be at weddings?
The flower arrangements have been ordered, but the sleeping arrangements are still being worked out.
Did you sleep with her?
Oh!
Good girls never tell.
Tay Diggs, Nia Long,
I want to make love to you tonight.
and Morris Chestnut. The Best Man. Rated R. Starts Friday.
Do rich people deserve more space than the rest of us? Was technology meant to improve their lives alone? Do the stars shine for their eyes only? Introducing the special edition Century 2000. With so many unexpected amenities for an unexpected price, it's the first limited edition that isn't limited to the rich. The new Century 2000 by Buick, a luxury car for everyone.
NBC's coverage of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by E-Trade. It's time for E-Trade. And by AT&T One Rate 7-cent Plan. One simple rate all day, every day.
The view from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes from Pompano Beach, Florida. Goodyear began its first commercial blimp operation back in 1926. In case you're just joining us, where have you been? But this will get you up to date. The line score for Game 6. And now look who's come out of the New York bullpen. Orel Hershiser.
And he pitched really well in Game 5.
He entered in the fourth with 2 runs already in, 2 on and nobody out. Struck out the first 2 men he faced and worked 3 scoreless innings. Then he became an assistant manager on the bench for Bobby Valentine as the game moved on. Here's his 0-1 pitch to Brett Boone, who has walked and struck out twice.
And if you're the Braves, you have to answer immediately because the pressure is on you because you had a big lead and all of a sudden now you're tied.
Hit toward the middle, but Alfonso hasn't played well, and Boone is retired. It's the bottom of the 7th, so it was stretch time in Atlanta, but it's the Mets who are stretching credulity and trying to stretch this series to its limit.
Definitely do not want to go to the 7th game, simply because in a 7th game, a bad hop here, bad bounce there, and you could lose.
Here's Chipper. 1 for 2, and he was hit by a pitch.
And we'll see how Hershiser attacks him. Remember, Chipper Jones destroyed the Mets here in late September, and he hit a home run off of Hershiser in that series as well. It's 4 home runs in the 3-game series.
2-0. Pitcher spot comes up 3rd in the 8th. This might well be Hershiser's only inning.
And you can see that Hershiser doesn't want any part of Chipper Jones in this situation. He's trying to get him to go out of the zone to swing. And I think Chipper is allowed to swing right here. I don't think he has the take sign on.
He does swing, and he taps it weakly towards second. Alfonso Olerud for the out. And high above the ballpark, it looks like the Peacock promotional leprechauns have enlisted the Goodyear Blimp in telling you of NBC's first big November movie event. Whoopi Goldberg, Randy Quaid, and Roger Daltrey star in the film from the creators of Gulliver's Travels, Merlin, and the Odyssey. It's Leprechauns, coming to NBC November 7th. Hershiser to Jordan, first pitch swinging, fly to shallow right. Agbayani takes it, and we go to the 8th, tied at 7.
Meet Martin Delicious, Storm Chaser. Some head for the basement. He heads for a Chevy S10. It's got advantages over Ford Ranger, like better fuel economy, a bigger bed, and standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes on every model. Because if you want to outrun Mother Nature, you need every advantage you can get. Chevy S10, like a rock.
It's the way a good steak sandwich tastes like it came from a steakhouse. The A1 steak and cheese sandwich at Subway. Made for you, just the way you want it. Subway, the way a sandwich should be.
You really want a cellular phone to keep your family in touch. But you go back and forth. You're concerned about the service plans and costs. Don't be. Come into Radio Shack. We've sold millions and millions of wireless phones because we patiently explain everything. And right now, when you buy and activate a Select cellular phone, you'll get $50 back by mail. Only at Radio Shack, where cellular is nothing to be afraid of. You've got questions, we've got answers.
The #1 movie in America is also the most talked about.
How much can you know by yourself? You've never been in a fight.
What? Provocative, comical,
That's not necessary.
and uncompromising classic.
You kids.
Fight Club, rated R, now playing only in theaters.
Every day, Wall Street traders rely on the most advanced technology in the world. Shouldn't the rest of us be able to do the same? Daytech Online. The rules are changing.
While we were away, the bullpen gate swung open, and some people might have been surprised if they thought John Rocker was coming in. He was just walking out to the outfield to toss the ball a bit. Then he returned to the pen, and Mike Remlinger returned to the mound for the 8th. Oral Hershiser did his job. Set the Braves down in order in the bottom of the 7th. Now looking for their first lead of the night, the Mets start it with Agbayani. He takes the ball. And this one is laced to right, and it will drop for a hit. Agbayani rounds first, and Jordan guns it in behind him, but he skips back.
Well, the Mets are picking up where they left off last inning. He actually hits this off the end of the bat, and it flares down the right field line for a base hit, and he's thinking about going to second, but he realizes I can't get thrown out leading off the inning here. Watch this, right off the end of the bat, and Jordan does a good job of hustling in to pick it up and keep him from going to second, and he fires behind him, but not in time.
Ordonez has to bunt now, doesn't he? He squares, he gets it down. This is a good one. Remlinger wants to tag him and does, as Agbayani advances to second.
Well, he does the job, and if the Mets are able to come back, all will be forgiven with the other 3 bunt attempts that he has popped up. And you see there, right there, they're saying good job.
Now with the left-hander on the mound, Valentine taps Melvin Mora as his pinch hitter. In truth, he has only right-handed bats left. The 2 he hasn't used now are Sean Dunston and Todd Pratt. Springer in the bullpen. None of Bobby Cox's pitching moves has worked out well tonight. Now the 27-year-old rookie from Venezuela, Melvin Mora, has a chance to be a star. At least the Mets think so. He's shown his stuff down the stretch and in the playoffs. Spent most of the year in AAA. He takes low. Here's what he's done in this series.
And the more you see him, Bobby, the more you like him as a player, because he has the ability to do a lot of little things that help you win. He runs well, plays good defense, has a good arm, and he swings the bat pretty well. So he's going to be a valuable asset to the Mets in the next few years.
At the bottom of that graphic, you saw the 2 outfield assists. He lines this one hard. The Mets are going to have the lead. Agbayani being sent home. And Melvin Mora, who only a few years ago was playing in the Chinese Professional League in Taiwan, gives the Mets the lead in Game 6.
I mean, he just continues to come up big in these ball games, and he's a rookie, but he does not have any fear. That's a pretty good pitch down and away from Remlinger, and he ripped it into left center field. And you see the bench that we've not only come all the way back, now we have the lead.
Every pinch hitter Bobby Valentine has called upon has delivered. Agbayani a walk, Bonilla a single, Matt Franco a double, Mora an RBI go-ahead single. Ordonez laid down the bunt, he and Valentine whooping it up.
And Melvin Mora at first base is a threat to try to get into scoring position, trying to steal a base. And you see Ricky Henderson and looking down at Cookie Rojas along with Melvin Mora. They're trying to get Ricky's attention to make sure he knows what Bobby wants them to do at this point.
Henderson 2 for 4. Takes a ball. How about that note just a second ago? The Mets waiting to bust loose at the plate. Did they ever tonight? 188 through the first 5 games. 438 tonight. They've out-hit Atlanta 14-5. Dug themselves a 5-0 hole in the first and now lead 8-7.
There's Mookie Wilson talking to Melvin Moore, trying to help him to read Remlinger's pickoff move.
Still only 1 out. Not going. Ricky cuts and misses.
This is a big league baseball game. I mean, this is really a big league baseball game.
And what was Sunday night?
You're right, it gets better.
Man. Remlinger's 1-1 pitch to Henderson. A ball and 2 strikes to Ricky.
To be honest with you, Bob, I like this one better than Sunday's because I've seen some line drives, I've seen some guys run around the bases, and I've seen hitters do their thing.
Ricky asking plate umpire Jerry Crawford whether the pitch he just swung at was actually in the strike zone. Now the 1-2. Mora's not going. And he bounces it up there, blocked by Perez.
I don't know why Ricky asked him that. He only agrees with him half the time anyway.
Ricky is a man of his own devices and thought patterns. He often looks, speaking of Ricky, not Hirschhauser, like a man who has just awakened and is trying to shake out the cobwebs. Full count.
Now, if you're the Mets, you go ahead and put Mora in motion, put a little more pressure on the Braves. You already have a 1-run lead, and that way, if he's running and Ricky finds a hole, he can get around to third base easily and be in scoring position.
But time was called.
And it was ball 4, but Ricky called timeout because the pitcher was holding the ball too long. Here's Ricky waiting. Now he says, time, but he's ready just in case Jerry Crawford does not honor his request.
Morrow is going back to the bag. Ricky rolls a broken bat shot toward White, and they get him at second.
And the fact that Ricky called timeout cost him in that situation, but he wasn't comfortable at the plate, so he called timeout. Now watch, Remlinger gives him a big kick over there, and it fools Mora, so he's not able to take off. Watch this big kick. See right there? And Mora goes back thinking he's coming to first base, so he doesn't get a break out of the box. If he's running on this pitch, it's a base hit for Ricky Henderson, and he's safe at second base easily, but he gets a late break.
Yeah, not only wasn't he going, he was actually moving back toward the bag as the pitch was delivered. Up steps Alfonso. Ball one to him.
Well, you have to give Remlinger credit there because he gave him the big motion like he was coming to first base and froze Mora. In fact, look, you mentioned he was going back.
Ricky's not going anywhere, and that's ball two to Alfonso. The Yankees finished off the Red Sox last night. They might have been thinking about packing for Atlanta. Not so fast. There goes Henderson on the 2-0 pitch. The throw from Perez hit Henderson, who appeared to have it stolen anyway.
And this is Ricky's first stolen base of the series. Remember, he had 6 in the division series. He gets a great jump, and the throw from Perez is going to hit him in the side right there, and he actually rolls over on it. And
okay, no pull or anything.
Here's Ricky. He says, I'm gone. Good start there. And he beats the throw easily at second base. Tough pitch to throw on for Perez. The ball down low. He comes up and fires, and Ricky's there easily.
A most uncomfortable stolen base. I don't think Ricky is thinking about stealing third, at least not on the next pitch, the way he's feeling right now. 3-1.
And if you're the Braves, you're not going to give Edgardo a pitch that's in the zone that you think he can handle. You'd rather try to get Olerud out, even though he's been swinging the bat well also.
He walked him. And as Alfonso heads for first, we head for Craig Sager.
After losing the first 3 games, Bobby Valentine told his players that someday a team will come back from a 3-0 deficit. Why not us? This afternoon, as the Mets arrived at the clubhouse, they were greeted by a handwritten reminder from their manager, why not? And his players are believing. Bob?
Well, Bob, to this point, they've done a great job, but I could tell them why not. And that's because the Atlanta Braves pitching staff, you'd never believe someone could beat their starters 4 games in a row. And so far, they haven't.
They wanted to check at third. They do. And Charlie Rutherford said that Olerud went around. Strike one.
Well, here's the pitch, and you can see that he went way too far. It wasn't even that close. Watch where the barrel of the bat goes. Way out in front.
Strike two. Well, no team has ever lost 4 in a row after being ahead 3-0. But lots of teams in the playoffs or World Series have lost 4 straight games. Just ask the Braves, who were up 2-0 on the Yankees in 1996 and lost the next 4 in a row. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Outside and low. But from this position, down 0-3, not only has no team ever come back to win a series, but no team even has gotten as far as the 7th game. That's what Bobby Valentine's Mets are trying to do. Olerud goes the opposite way. Gerald Williams goes back and has it. But the Mets played a run in the top of the 8th. They lead it 8-7.
Elevator to lobby. By George.
Contacts, $320. Treadmill, $800. Wonder Bra, $26. Facelift, $3,000. Being happy with who you are, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Happily accepted most everywhere.
There's my husband, Nolan Ryan, still throwing heat. Can you believe he's got arthritis? You see, Nolan's doctor says the best way to control arthritis pain is to keep moving. And to make it easier, he recommends Advil. Nothing's been proven stronger on arthritis pain, yet it's gentle on his stomach. In fact, I take Advil for my arthritis pain. That way, we can exercise together.
Advil, stronger than pain.
Ever shop at a buy in bulk store? Great concept, but come on, folks. Nobody needs 5 gallons of mayonnaise. Having this much mayo is more overkill than using a cruise missile to light a cigarette. You want to get a lot of something you can actually use for a low price? That's about a 20-minute call for only 99 cents, huh?
That's right. With 10-10-220, it's only 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes, and just 9 cents a minute after that. All day, every day, and no monthly fees. It's simple. Just dial 10-10-220.
How long has this been out?
Introducing the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. Green. The side you show the world is up to you. Thursday, a teenage boy carries a secret.
Oh, God.
A secret that's revealing itself.
Your girlfriend found you?
One alarming step at a time.
What the hell?
And just when you think you've figured it out, think again. An all-new ER, NBC, Thursday.
Welcome back to Atlanta. I'm Jim Gray. Well, since the Mets got 4 runs in the 7th inning, the Braves dugout has been very quiet. There hasn't been any chatter or any talk. It's almost like they're shell-shocked sitting in there waiting. As you see John Smoltz sitting next to Kevin Millwood. No one has said anything to anybody. This is a team that almost seems as though it's in despair, even though they're still leading the series 3-2. Let's go over to Craig Sager. Well, over in this dugout on the Mets side, it's been like a pep rally ever since they got on the scoreboard for the first run. Al Leiter came up. Of course, he's the one that could not retire a batter. He gave the team a lift as he came back out of the clubhouse. And then Oral Hershiser moments ago grabbed my scorebook. He said, I was warming up. It was 7-3. I didn't know how we scored. I just heard people say 4, 5, and then they tied it. He said, this is really exciting. And, of course, Bobby Valentine leading the way just came over and said, boy, this sure is exciting. So they're pumped up over on this side. Bob?
You know, it really does make almost no sense. But that's what they have done in September after almost coughing up the wild card, losing 7 games in a row, losing 5 of 6 head-to-head to the Braves. Benny Agbayani moves from right field to left. Melvin Mora, who delivered the pinch single that gave them the 8-7 lead, stays in the game and plays right. John Franco is the new pitcher. He takes Ricky Henderson's spot in the batting order, the leadoff spot, and Ricky is out of the game. So they trail by 2 games with 3 to play in the wild card chase. They sweep Pittsburgh. They win the wild card playoff game. They go down 0-3 in this series to the team that clearly has been the National League's best for a decade. And now they're on the verge of evening the series, but they need 6 more outs to do that. Franco to Andrew Jones, strike 1.
But if you're the Braves, you have to do something very quickly here. Because if you get 2 outs here in the 8th inning, you're probably going to see Benitez. And they have not been able to touch him. And there he is warming up. And I'm sure Bobby would bring him in here in the 8th inning if there's only 1 out, or maybe even with 2 outs in the 8th inning.
Well, he's got the lefty, Franco, on the mound. They have 3 straight right-handed hitters scheduled, and then a switch hitter, Walt Weiss, behind them. Jones will be followed by Perez and Hunter. Hit to short, Ordonez. Forget about it when you send it his way.
And I think Bobby's just trying to milk John Franco for as long as he can. If he can get 1 more out here, he'll be perfectly happy. And he's, you know, if Franco gets a guy on base, I think we're going to see Benitez. And there you see Wallace and Valentine talking about, well, when do we bring Benitez in? Do we wait till there are 2 out? Do we see if Franco can get through the 8th cleanly and just let him come in for the 9th?
A strike to Eddie Perez. Perez is the only Brave who's reached base all year against Benitez. He's faced 30 Atlanta hitters, regular and postseason combined, and retired 29 of them. Inside, 1-1. Howard Battle is a possibility off the bench. Piazza wants Jerry Crawford to check it first, and Crawford says, no, I don't need any help on that one. That's the ball.
Well, just watch the barrel of the bat. Do not watch his hands or his shoulders or anything. You can always just watch the barrel of the bat. That's what the umpires at 1st and 3rd watch when they're called upon to make that call.
That's a strike, although Perez reacted as if it was inside.
Well, we've seen a different John Franco these last 2 appearances. He normally sinks everything away from the right-handed hitter. We've seen him use a cut fastball. We've seen him come inside on the right-handed hitter. So their game plan is to go up there and get something out of the plate and shoot it the other way. And he is fouling them up by coming inside every once in a while.
And this ball is whacked to left for a hit.
And Eddie Perez just continues to have the hot bat.
Perez is 2 for 3 with a sacrifice bunt thrown in.
Well, he tries to come in. He gets this one up a little bit, and he doesn't quite get it in enough. And Perez rips it to left field for a base hit. I mean, he has really been swinging the bat well.
And as soon as Perez reaches first base, Bobby Cox decides to make a move, and he sends Otis Nixon in to run for it. There's Otis.
And I think this move forces Bobby Valentine to go ahead and leave Franco in at least for 1 more hitter. Because if he brings Benitez in, Benitez does not hold runners well, and Nixon would be at second base in a couple of pitches.
Nixon had a steal in Game 5. Big cut by Hunter, who comes up empty.
And that's the normal pitch you look for from John Franco. A ball is moving away from you if you're a right-handed hitter. He throws the changeup, it moves away, and he throws a sinker. And that's his out pitch right there. At least it has been until his last 2 appearances.
Nixon stole 26 bases this year. Not going. A ball down and away. Nixon's 26 steals in 33 attempts were his lowest total since 1987, largely because he doesn't play much anymore. Since at age 40, he can't hit much. He batted just .205, so his contribution is mostly off the bench as a pinch runner. bluffs the go, and Hunter taps it foul. Watch Nixon and Olerud jockeying back and forth. Olerud using that technique where he slides away from the bag and then can jump back to take a pickoff throw from Franco.
But if you're the base runner, you're really not concerned with Olerud. You get your lead and just watch the pitcher.
Not going. Inside 2-2 to Brian Hunter, who doesn't have an official at-bat tonight. He had a sacrifice fly for the 5th run in the 1st, walked and stole a base in the 4th, and then was walked intentionally in the 6th.
And we saw Pat Corrales, the bench coach, say, why don't you just turn into this one? Watches the fastball in, and he turns away, and Corrales was warning him to take one for the team.
Otis Nixon edges away from first with the tying run. And Franco's 2-2 to Hunter.
And there's a good sinker by Franco away. And that's what the reason he's throwing it. He's trying to get the ground ball, get his infield a chance to turn over the double play. And this is John Franco at his best. He never gets the ball up above the knees. Look at that. Down and away. And with 2 strikes, tough for Hunter to lay off of it.
Rocker getting ready. But it's the Mets who have the lead. Howard Battle is on deck to hit for Walt Weiss. Another 2-2 pitch. There goes Nixon. Here's Piazza's throw. It skips into center field. Otis gets up and continues to third with 1 out.
That's what they put him in there for, to steal a base. And he finally figures out the motion, and he just takes off. Piazza's throw bounces short, and Edgardo's trying to knock it down, wasn't able to do so. There's the throw. That's a tough play for a second baseman to even try to just block it. And Nixon over to third base, where now the tying run is 90 feet away. And you see Piazza very upset with himself.
The count went full on the pitch. The infield creeps in. And it's hit to center. It drops. Nixon heads home. Tied at
8. It doesn't get any better than this. I mean, guys coming through and getting the job done this late in the ballgame. Nixon stealing the base. Hunter driving him in with just beautiful. Look at this pitch from Franco way off the plate outside, but you see Hunter goes out and gets it and finds a hole in right center field. Excellent hitting there by Brian Hunter. Watch, this pitch is way off the plate. Look at Piazza reach out there for it. Line drive into center field, base hit, and we're tied at 8.
So now Weiss will bat. Battle remains in the on-deck circle to hit next. Looking to bunt with 1 out and taking ball 1. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Bob. Well, originally Battle was going to hit for Weiss, but when he saw what Hunter was able to do and the run was driven in, Bobby Cox came all the way out of the dugout, nearly ran to home plate to bring Battle back, so Weiss will stay in the game. Up to you.
Thanks, Jim. Franco works 1-0. Weiss bunts foul.
And you know, a lot of people just do not like to bunt with 1 out. But Bobby Cox is saying right here, I'm going to bunt him to second base. I'm going to take that 1 shot. And if I can get it done, then I'm going to bring John Rocker in to finish this ball game off. And I like what he's doing here. I think you have to give yourself a shot to win this ball game.
Not only have they tied the game, but they've created the possibility that they won't have to face Benitez trying to close it. Weiss gets the bunt down. Franco doesn't even look at second. He nearly pulled Alfonso off the bag, but Edgardo kept his foot planted. That's the second out.
Well, with one out, Weiss is still going to bunt. He puts the winning run in the Braves' mind into scoring position. And Bobby Cox has exactly what he wants here. He wants to take a shot. As we see a good play there at first base by Edgardo to stay on the bag. But Bobby wants to take a shot here at winning the game. And you see him saying off the bag, but a good job by Edgardo to stay on the bag. And a good job by Weiss to move the winning run in the Braves' mind to scoring position.
So up steps Howard Battle, career minor leaguer. 9 seasons on the farm. 17 big league at-bats in 1999.
And Bobby had some big hits for the Braves, 2 game-winning hits during the season.
Swings on the first pitch and fouls it off. He was 6 for 17 in the big leagues. 1 home run, 3 for 8 as a pinch hitter. Melvin Mora, like Howard Battle, you're looking at Dunston, the veteran, still available off the Met bench. Melvin Mora, like Battle, a 27-year-old rookie, gave the Mets the lead with a hit in the top half of the inning. The Braves have tied it. Battle trying to untie it. Way outside, 1-1.
Mondo still in the bullpen.
Swing and a miss. 1-2.
And this is a changeup moving away from the right-handed hitter. And you can see Battle out in front and the pitch off the plate.
Hunter away from second with 2 down on the 1-2 pitch. Struck him out. Down goes Battle, and the battle itself moves to the 9th.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. Green. The side you choose is up to you.
Introducing the new Chicken Club from Burger King. Delicious all-white meat chicken topped with crispy bacon, fresh lettuce, and tangy tomato. Hey, this is one new club everybody's going to want to join. Burger King. Have it your way.
Nobody does it like you.
The new Hoover Steam Vac Wide Path sends hot water surging through 6 rotating brushes to stir up and pull out dirt others may leave behind. If you want clean, Hoover. Deep down, you want Hoover.
Still trying to make the major leagues? Log on to MajorLeagueBaseball.com to reach the major leagues every day. Video highlights on demand. Live game audio. Get comprehensive World Series coverage and order your official clubhouse cap and tee. MajorLeagueBaseball.com lets you be a part of the major leagues, and it may even help your game.
Tonight, Jay's all new with comedy great George Carlin, plus Halloween truth and labeling.
Hey, Ma, look, I'm a lawyer now.
Then on Conan, Law & Order's Jesse Martin, all new tonight.
Tonight on News Channel 4 after the game, we're tracking Hurricane Jose. Right now, John Marshall says it looks like it's headed right for Puerto Rico.
And then we're rooting for a Subway Series. Are you with us? News Channel 4 is in Atlanta tonight with fans who say, no matter the score, you still gotta believe.
And then the great-grandmother who always believed what she did to save a neighborhood park is pretty incredible.
Plus, a youngster who is making big money helping other children figure out where it's at. Hope you'll join us for the news right after the Mets game.
NBC's coverage of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. The side you show the world is up to you. And by MasterCard. MasterCard, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball and fan of the great American pastime.
A new battery for the Braves as we go to the ninth. John Rocker out of the bullpen in a tie game. After Eddie Perez singled, Otis Nixon ran for him and scored the tying run, so that brings Greg Myers on as the catcher. Now on the bench, Eddie Perez, who has had a heck of a series, was very disappointed about being removed, and Andres Galarraga was one of those trying to calm him down. But the move paid off for Bobby Cox. Nixon stole second, Piazza's throw went into center, and Otis moved to third, then came home on Hunter's single.
But no one wants to come out of this game, Bobby. This is a great game. This could be the clincher for the Braves, so you definitely do want to come out. I think it was the right thing to do because it kept Benitez out of the game by putting Nixon at first base as a pinch runner.
Piazza starts it in the ninth. And he pops it up a mile high. When it comes down, it should be in Chipper Jones' glove, and it is in foul ground.
Big out right there for John Rocker. But Piazza was starting to get the barrel of the bat out front. And you'll see that he gets the barrel out front here. He was having trouble doing that before. They were throwing the fastball by him. You see he just extends a little bit too far to get to it and pops it up. Watch, he just extends a little too far right there. And he pops it up foul to Chipper Jones.
But Mike's previous at-bat had produced a homer of heroic proportions. Ventura swings and misses, not just because it tied the game 7-7 in the seventh, but it was his first extra base hit of a postseason in which he has been bruised and battered, and where if there were not so much at stake, he would long since have been pulled from the lineup. As Jim Gray reported before the start of the game, John Rocker was involved in an automobile accident. He wasn't hurt. His car was totaled yesterday on the off day. Outside and low to Ventura, 2-1.
Well, the one thing that Ventura and Olerud have done is they have had better at bat against Rocker as this series has progressed. First couple of games, they didn't have a chance, but they have now at least given themselves an opportunity to hit him because I think they're seeing the ball better. See, they're laying off pitches that they were swinging at before, and that tells me that they're seeing the ball better out of his hands.
Ventura still doesn't have a career hit against Rocker, but his first 5 times up, he struck out. The 6th time, he hit a fly ball to center field.
See, he's got him now. Made contact.
At least it's progress.
Yeah.
Tonight, Ventura's 1 for 4. And he skies this one out behind second base. It'll be Weiss.
Well, he had a pitch to hit, but it was just a little bit up out of his zone, and he had a good rip at it. Now watch this pitch. But Ventura's seeing the ball well. He gets a fastball, probably a little bit above the strike zone. And Ventura did have a good swing at it, and there's John Rocker saying, "Walt, Walt, Walt." And truthfully, that's what a pitcher should do in that situation.
Which brings up Darrell Hamilton, 3 for 4, 3 singles. He bats with 2 out and nobody on and takes a strike. 1-1. Atlanta has the top of the order due in the bottom of the ninth.
Interesting, Bob, in Game 5, Bobby Valentine pinch hit for Darrell Hamilton, and Todd Pratt went up to him and said, I don't think you needed to do that with 2 outs.
And especially tonight, Hamilton's swinging the bat well.
And not only that, we're back to defense here. You know, if you go down tonight, you want to go down with your best defense out there in the late innings, especially on the road.
And if they hit for him, it would have to be Dunston, who is not an accomplished center fielder. Hamilton is.
You do not want Dunston out there in this situation.
And he goes to left field. Gerald Williams has it lined up, takes it. And the Braves will have a chance to win it in the bottom of the ninth. We're back after these messages from your local station.
Ford, built for the way you live.
After learning about the Serengeti in school, Sarah and her friend wanted to see the animals up close.
You know, my mom could take us.
So with the help of Sarah's mom and Ford Expedition, off they went. With plenty of room, a Triton V8 and Control-Track 4-wheel drive, Expedition helped turn a day-long trip into lifelong memories. Ford Expedition, built for the way you live with no boundaries. And now Expedition comes with financing as low as 3.9%.
Honey, can you bring home the milk?
I will pick it up myself. Kyle, pick up some milk. Oh, and bacon.
Some milk and bacon, yeah. Hey, Dad said to bring home some bacon, beef jerky, and some pizza, all right? Whatever. Love you, sis.
Mom said to get some pizza, some fat-free lemon sorbet, diet root beer, some nail polish remover, and some...
Introducing the AT&T Family Plan. Unlimited local wireless calls between families. Up to 5 wireless phones plus your home phone. Talk all you want. Your family.
We will be landing in Las Vegas shortly. If anticipation is half the excitement, just wait till you get there. When you're ready, we'll be here. Harris, your biggest nights happen here.
Cadillac DeVille Concours with the North Star system is known for its surprising handling and control. And now take advantage of this surprising opportunity. Up to $6,000 in factory-to-dealer cash on a new '99 DeVille Concours. An easy-to-handle DeVille Concours with an easy-to-handle factory-to-dealer opportunity. Visit your Cadillac dealer today.
Hurricane Jose is headed toward the Caribbean. Details after the game.
Craig Sager back in Atlanta where a double switch has been made by the Mets. Mike Piazza is out of the game. Todd Pratt goes into the game. He will be batting in the leadoff spot. Ricky Henderson long gone. He's in the clubhouse. Armando Benitez, the pitcher, will hit in the 4th spot. And Melvin Moore remains in the 9th spot. So Mike Piazza, we were told, did not hurt his shoulder, but he is wearing down, and he did come out of the game. Ron?
Bob, this is one of the guys on the Braves I think can handle Benitez's fastball, and that's Gerald Williams. Very good fastball hitter.
He'll be followed by Brett Boone in the bottom of the ninth. A run here eliminates the Mets and sends the Braves to the World Series against the Yankees. But they'd have to get it against a man they've been unable to touch all year. Not only have they never scored on Benitez in 1999, they've had only one base runner in 30 at-bats against him.
And he's out of the ball game.
That's Eddie Perez. taking all the way, right over the middle. If he reaches, Gerald Williams is a pretty good base runner. Time was called. Got the inside corner, although Williams was already strolling to first.
Well, Williams was taking all the way. He's trying to do anything he can to get on base here. And he was taking this pitch all the way. Well, it looks like he got the inside corner.
The 3-2. Fouled off. Ryan Plesko hasn't been used yet. John Rocker got the Mets out in the ninth. The only non-pitcher Bobby Valentine hasn't used is Sean Dunston. Another 3-2 pitch. He reached for what might have been ball 4. Ventura has it. Takes quickly to Olerud to retire Williams.
No doubt that was ball 4. Actually, it's the first pitch that Benitez threw that acted like a sinker. The other one's tailed in. Now watch, this ball really goes down. It is a sinker. And you can see it's well below the knees when Gerald Williams makes contact with it. And a good play by Ventura because Williams runs well and he has to wait for this ball to come down, and he gets rid of it quickly and accurately.
Boone 0 for 3 with a walk. Takes a strike.
Not easy to be patient with Benitez because you have to make up your mind rather quickly whether you're going to swing at his fastball or it's right by you.
And then the bottom drops out. 0-2.
Well, he started him off with a strike, then he comes with the splitter, and this is a devastating pitch coming from a guy that throws 95 to 100 miles an hour. Again, you do not have time to wait and recognize the pitch.
And Boone stays alive. And you're not exaggerating, Joe. There have been times when he has hit triple digits on the radar gun this year. One and two. That pitch was at shoulder height and inside, but again, once he lets it go, you better pull the trigger right now or you're not catching up with it.
98-mile-an-hour fastball, and you mentioned about shoulder high, and Boone is just lucky that he gets a piece of it and stays alive. Yes.
He tipped it, he tried to lay off, he made contact, Pratt held it, and it's a strikeout.
Boone is questioning whether he made contact or not. It's another splitter. Well, it doesn't look like he did there, but I thought he went on the swing anyway. It didn't appear that he touched the ball, but Jerry Crawford says he did. Boone was arguing with him about that. And up comes Chipper Jones, so a conversation at the mound with Todd Pratt.
Jones was hit by a pitch as part of Atlanta's 5-run first. He later singled and stole a base. Overall, he's 1 for 3. He hit 45 regular season home runs. Hasn't touched one off in the postseason. Ball 1.
The one thing you have to remember, if you go ahead and pitch around him and maybe even walk him, he can steal second base.
2-0. Ryan Jordan would be next. Hitter's pitch. Taken for ball 3.
Well, he threw him a splitter. He didn't give in. and go after him with a fastball. This is not his fastball. Chipper's sitting fastball, I'm sure, and you can see there's a splitter outside for a ball.
He could have a green light. We'll never know. Ball 4 misses by 20.
And I don't think there was any doubt they were going to try to let Chipper get himself out if he wanted to swing. But now you put yourself in a situation where Chipper Jones can steal the base off Benitez and get himself in the scoring position.
Dave Wallace heads for the mound. He's joined there by Todd Pratt.
And this is definitely about Chipper Jones at first base and how they're going to keep him from stealing second base. Or maybe they'll try a pitch out. Maybe they'll just try to guess with him and decide when they think Chipper's going to go and pitch out. This is a serious conversation right there.
Any pitch could be the last of the Mets season. What they've done in this series and in this game has been nothing short of amazing. But they're in a sudden death spot. An extra base hit here sends the Braves to the World Series in all likelihood, with Jones running at first and 2 out. Jones is not going, and Jordan fouls it back.
And because of all of his injuries, you know, the injuries to Piazza, you know, Todd Pratt probably at this moment is throwing better than Piazza would be.
The Met outfield is very deep, looking to prevent anything from getting in the gap. There goes Jones. The pitch is taken. Pratt throws. It's high, and he steals it.
And you have to give Brian Jordan a lot of credit there. He takes this pitch to give Chipper Jones a chance to get in the scoring position. He doesn't swing at call strike 2, and Chipper steals the bag. Now let's see where this pitch is. The Braves are yelling, but that is a strike, and Brian Jordan took it. He gave his teammate a chance to get in scoring position. But he's down in the count 0-2.
Looking for the hit that could win the series. That's ball 1. It was the Braves' intention to be aggressive from the get-go tonight. And that swipe of second by Chipper Jones was their 6th steal in 6 attempts in Game 6.
Even though there are 2 strikes on Jordan, I don't think they're going to really come after him. They're going to try to get him to chase something out of the strike zone. Well, he gave him a fastball, and Jones was a little late on it. Pratt didn't like the location of that pitch. Watch where Pratt is set up. Off the plate outside, the ball moves back over the plate. A mistake there by Benitez, but he throws so hard he can make some mistakes and get away with them.
The 1-2 pitch to Brian Jordan. Taken low.
And that's what they want to do. Try to start that splitter in the strike zone and let it move out and hope that Jordan chases it. Because they still realize that they have Andrew Jones on deck. And Andrew Jones has not been swinging the bat well. But with 2 strikes, you're still going to try to get Jordan out here if you can.
Full count. Now remember, with first base open, you might be saying, why not just walk Jordan? The only run that matters is Chipper Jones at second, with Andrew Jones an easier out at this point on deck. But Jones didn't get to second until the count was 0-2, and at that point, you're not going to walk him.
No, with 2 strikes, you try to make a pitch.
Now the 3-2 pitch. He went around, and we're going to extra innings.
Good pitching there by Benitez.
Armando struck out 2 in the inning. On to the 10th.
Your attention, please. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
For the only other person in the world, a diamond. Show her you'll love her for the next 1,000 years.
A diamond is forever. De Beers. Rolling Stone says American Beauty is a triumph. I rule. Newsweek calls it wickedly entertaining, and USA Today gives it 4 stars, as feeling as it is funny.
Come on, baby, I'm ready.
American Beauty, rated R, now playing everywhere.
A chunky Super Bowl moment. Terrell Davis's mom served him new chunky beef with white and wild rice, a hearty soup with chunks of lean beef and vegetables. Filled up right by this new Campbell's chunky beef soup. Terrell made mincemeat of linesmen.
3 motorcycles passed here. 3 men, 2 women, all carrying Visa cards.
How
do you know that, Grandfather? Because Central Law's Motorcycle Adventures doesn't take.
Central Oz will take you to a place beyond your imagination, but they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Thursday on Friends, Rachel files for an annulment on the grounds that Ross was
unable to consummate the marriage.
How do you feel about that, Ross?
I'll consummate this marriage right here, right now.
Well, Chandler and Monica try out parenthood, and Chandler comes to this conclusion. Okay, an all-new Friends must-see TV Thursday.
Well, the Mets decided they were not going to give Jordan anything to hit. They threw him 3 splitters to try to get him to chase one, and right here at 3-2, he chases one finally. He laid off as long as he could, but 3-2, he definitely went, and it was ball 4. And the Mets are still alive. Good pitching there by Benitez.
Well, extra innings. We haven't done this in a while. Agbayani starts it in the 10th. And can't catch up with Rocker's heat. Now the question becomes, how long do you stick with Rocker and Agbayani? And Benitez.
Well, if you're Bobby...
Agbayani's not pitching, is he?
No.
At least not yet.
Well, we have to remember Bobby Cox still has the luxury of thinking about a 7th game. Bobby Valentine can't think about a 7th game yet. So I don't know how long Benitez will go, but I'm sure Bobby Cox will decide this is probably the last inning for John Rocker. He needs to save him for Game 7 if he can.
The 1-1 to Agbayani misses.
Greg Maddox was loosening up with the outfielder in between innings, and he is in the bullpen.
These are the pitchers who are unused to this point. Fouled off, 2-2. The 3 remaining in Bobby Valentine's bullpen have all at various times been starters. So if this game goes on and becomes a marathon like Sunday, he's got the guys he wants in that respect. Agbayani steps out. Fred Sager told us from downstairs that Bobby Valentine told him that he thinks Armando Benitez is good for only 2 innings tonight. Full count. Piazza's homer tied it in the 7th. But eventually, he wore down and had to be removed for Todd Pratt. The 3-2 pitch is taken for ball 4.
Well, the one thing to think about is John Rocker has pitched quite a bit in this series. He throws the first fastball by Agbayani, but then he starts to hang the breaking ball, and he finally misses after another hanger, fastball up and away.
Another sacrifice spot for Ordonez, who laid one down perfectly in the 8th. Just ahead of Mora's pinch single, which gave the Mets an 8-7 lead. Atlanta tied it in the bottom half. That's where we are now. He squares. It rolls foul up the first base line.
After all the mishaps he's had trying to bunt in this series, you have to give him a lot of credit for being able to do the job in the 8th inning that produced the go-ahead run for the Mets at that time.
Agbayani at first, despite his heft, is not slow. He runs pretty well.
Well, we saw the Mets take advantage of Rocker in Game 5. They just took off on him because he doesn't have a great move. What he tries to do is he'll step off, he'll do a lot of different things, but he doesn't have a great left-handed move to first base.
Squaring again. This one is lined to Hunter. And this time, Ordonez cannot get the bunt down.
Well, Ordonez, after doing a great job in the 8th inning, and you see Hunter coming charging in. He's flying in. And he gets there in plenty of time. No chance to make a throw at first base anyway as Agbayani went back. You know what? Maybe Bobby never should have had bunt in the 6th inning.
Well, Valentine has Mora in the 9th spot. After his pinch hit in the 8th, he stayed in. He's playing right field, so he's the hitter now. And Todd Pratt, the catcher, is on deck. Down and in and stopped by Myers.
Good job by Myers to keep this ball from getting away, down and in. He does a good job of sliding over and getting in front of it.
Rocker steps off. Here's the 1-0 on the inside corner.
Take a look at this fastball on the inside corner by Rocker. And we can see when it crossed the plate, it did have some of the plate, but the catcher Myers had to reach inside to get it.
The 1-1 pitch is sliced down the right field line and out of play.
And the one thing I'm noticing about Mora, not only is he a smart player, he knows how to play this game, but he's got a live bat. His bat, the ball kind of jumps off of his bat. And right there you can see very good extension by Mora.
He spent 6 years in the Astros chain and became discouraged when he didn't get a shot at the big leagues. Contemplated quitting baseball. After the double switch a while back, there is Benitez, who will pitch the 10th. Will he go beyond? If necessary, we don't know. Ordonez, who couldn't get the bunt down. Ventura, Sunday night's hero. After the double switch, Pratt is in the first spot. They got it picked off. Hunter takes it and it hits Agbayani in the back. And he's safe at second.
That's a much more difficult play than people realize. He picks him off, but by the time Brian Hunter gets the ball, Agbayani is close to second base. So he takes off. Now look, he steps in so that he has a better angle, but look how close he is to second base. It's almost impossible not to hit him unless you throw the ball over his head. Now watch when he gets the ball. See that angle? Not enough angle. He hits him. Wise did a good job of getting on the inside to give him the target, but Hunter wasn't able to get the ball to him on the inside of the bag. That should be a stolen base.
E3 on the play.
Well, that's incorrect.
Scoring. Meanwhile, Bobby Valentine popping up and down, and here's the 1-2 to Morris. He lines it to center. It's in for a hit. Agbayani is stopped at third by Cookie Rojas as Andrew Jones fires it back in. Runners at the corners with one out, and Melvin Mora continues to make a name for himself in this postseason.
Excellent player. Rocker tries to sneak a fastball by him. He got one over the outside corner, and he ripped for a base hit last time up. This one is on the inside corner, and he rips it back through the middle. Andrew Jones was playing shallow. He had a shot at Agbayani, but Rojas stops him.
You could make a movie just based on Valentine's reactions during an important game. One of the most expressive faces in baseball. And here's Pratt in yet another spot where he has a chance to be an unlikely hero. Rocker deals. Strike one.
Well, the Braves are going to play back for a double play. They figure if Pratt hits it on the ground, it should be a double play. Catchers obviously not known for their speed.
Do you think about letting Mora run from first to erase the double play and set up a second run? Not going.
I don't think you do that unless you get 2 strikes. I mean, it's a risky play. I mean, it's something that you can do if you want to be aggressive like that, true. Because Rocker doesn't have a great move, but something like that could backfire on you. And you have a guy, Todd Pratt, who's been swinging the bat well, and you may want to give him an opportunity to drive in this run.
Pratt's walk tied Game 5 in the 15th. He's ahead on the count now, 2-1. His homer, as you all know, won Game 4 of the division series against Arizona and vaulted them into the LCS against the Braves.
Had some success. He's had 4 at-bats against Rocker, 2 base hits. So if you're Bobby, you're saying, hey, I'm going to let him swing at least until he gets 2 strikes before I send the runner.
Couldn't catch up with it, 2-2.
Well, he went out of the strike zone. He was patient for 2 pitches, but this is a fastball up and out of the strike zone. And he goes up there and tries to get it.
Two on, 1 out. And the 2-2 pitch. Full count to Todd Pratt. Now what do you do with the runner at first?
Well, I think you send him now. That'll put tremendous pressure on the Braves defense. Because if he hits a ground ball to one of the middle infielders now, they may not be able to turn the double play. So they move in a little closer, which is wise. They move it halfway, you see, so that if he's running, the ball's hit to him, they'll have an opportunity to come to the plate. Because if they stay back and he runs and it's a ground ball to short or second, they can't turn the double play, and the run will score. So now they're in a position where they can come to the plate if they have to.
It's exactly midnight, and the 3-2 pitch with the runner going is hit in the air to medium center. Jones with a good arm is charging. Here comes Agbayani to the plate. The throw is up the line. Myers can't handle it. Agbayani scores.
Well, Todd Pratt gets enough of this and hits it into center field, and it puts pressure on the defense because an accurate throw would probably get Agbayani, but you have to get rid of it quickly, and you'll see that the ball beats him, but it's up the line. Nice attempt there by Myers to get out in front, catch it, and make the tag as Agbayani goes by, but no chance. This ball is shallow enough, and Andrew gets a good jump. His momentum is coming forward. See, if this ball is at the plate, they get him. But it's tough to throw a ball right on the numbers from 150 feet.
Strike one to Alfonso.
And here's Agbayani coming for the plate. And here's Myers going up, trying to get the ball and make the tag at the same time, not able to do so. And Agbayani puts the Mets ahead. Good job by Mora to go down to second base.
And now he breaks for third, and Myers can't handle a pitch. Mora steals it.
How good is this guy, Mora? I mean, he is good. Well, you see, Rockert only checked him once, and Mora took off actually before Rockert started his motion to the plate.
Who has it been in this inning? Agbayani, Mora, Pratt. As unlikely as this whole run in September and October has been for the Mets, some of the names contributing have been just as unlikely. Alfonso goes around, and the Mets go down. But now they are 3 outs away from pushing this series to Game 7. We'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
Let the Lincoln Continental's 275 horsepower V8 do for your heart what its refined interior does for your soul. Now, Continental has a power moonroof and more at no charge for $16.35 in savings. And you can lease your new front-wheel drive Continental for only $4.99 a month with $16.38 cash due at signing. Open up a new Lincoln Continental.
There's another box over there.
Dunkin' Donuts for Halloween. So good, it's scary.
They're on the counter, Marty.
Halloween munchkins from Dunkin' Donuts. So good, it's scary.
Wine.com can help you find the right wine with no trouble at all. Buy wine online at wine.com.
The luxurious Jeep Grand Cherokee with QuadraDrive, our most advanced four-wheel drive system ever. You can travel to the world's most exotic places. So there's no limit to what you might come across.
I need a vacation. We're rooting for a Subway Series. Complete coverage after the game.
You're watching NBC4.
In a long big league career, Orel Hershiser's seen a lot, but even his heart is aflutter as he indicates over what's happening in this series. John Rocker whispering in the ear of his pitching coach, Leo Mazzoni. Bottom of the 10th, Andrew Jones to start it.
And you can see right there, Benitez starts him off with a splitter. He does not like to throw Andrew Jones a lot of fastballs. Andrew Jones, a good fastball hitter, middle of the plate in. And when you're young like he is, you have good eyes, you can hit anybody's fastball.
Up and in, 2-0. Greg Myers, who took over behind the plate for Eddie Perez, is on deck. Pretty good left-handed hitter. Big pitch here on 2-0. It's in there.
and a strike.
Well, I think you're going to see Andrew Jones pitch it up right here and look for a fastball middle of the plate in. If he gets it, he's going to see how far he can hit one.
He cleared the fence 26 times in the regular season. He's done next to nothing at the plate in the postseason. Bluffs the bunt. He was taking all the way, full count.
Now that shocks me, but maybe he's got a better game plan.
We're about to find out.
Baby. Step up.
The 3-2 pitch. Hit up the middle. And Jones is aboard to start the bottom of the 10th.
There are only 2 or 3 guys that can handle the fastballs that Benitez throws, and Jones is one of them, Gerald Williams, and also Chipper Jones, and I believe Keith Lockhart. You have to be a good fastball hitter to handle his fastball, and Andrew Jones right back through the middle. Good job by Jones. I'm still surprised that he took the 3-1 fastball, but he was trying to get on base, and he does the job.
If there's a game 7, you wonder how much either of those guys would have left. Myers takes strike 1.
Everyone thought Myers was going to be bunting, but he wasn't. And here's the situation. I think Andrew Jones could steal second base off Benitez. He doesn't hold runners that well. Gives a little slide step there to rush it up to the plate.
Andrew Jones stole 24 in 36 attempts for the year. A ball and a strike to Myers, who hit .265 with 5 home runs between the Padres and the Braves this year. They picked him up at midseason to back up Eddie Perez following the injury to Javi Lopez. Myers has seen the postseason before with the Blue Jays in the early 90s and with the Padres last year when they went to the World Series. 2-1. Nothing doing in the Met bullpen. It's up to Benitez to close it. Ryan Klesko is on deck. He'd bat for Hunter. Two and two.
And with your team trading by a run, a lot of people are going to wonder why Bobby didn't bunt or try to sacrifice over to second base Andrew Jones. Or he's got to either steal it if he doesn't bunt him over. Since he hasn't bunted him over, I think Andrew has to steal second base.
Not going. Hit in the air to left center field. Agbayani has it lined up. Bobby Cox calls on Ryan Klesko, who would end this game and this series with one swing.
Interesting matchup here. Klesko has a little longer swing. And you usually have to have a little shorter, quicker swing to handle a real good fastball.
He took Rick Reed's seat at Shea Stadium in Game 4, but Reed doesn't throw anywhere near as hard as Benitez. But Armando was touched for 4 home runs this year.
He does have one at bat against Benitez.
Ball 1.
This is Benitez's second inning of work, and that last fastball he threw didn't look like the same fastballs that he was throwing in the last inning.
Valentine has used him for 2 innings several times this year, never for more than that. 2-0 to Klesko. Nothing. Ozzie Guillen is on deck. Jones dives back.
Only Benitez knows how he feels, but his fastball doesn't seem to have the same hop on it again that he had the first inning he started here.
Klesko takes the strike. Walt Weiss is scheduled to hit next. But if you'll recall, over the weekend at Shea, Ozzie Guillen had a good at-bat against Benitez. Nearly homered and it hooked foul. Then he flied out to deep right.
And Bobby was throwing 98, his highest innings in like 93. So there is a difference in his fastball here than we saw last inning. That last fastball, 93 miles an hour.
This is a 3-1 pitch. Walked him. The tying run to second. The winning run to first in the bottom of the 10th. And Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, once again out of the dugout. It will be up to Benitez. This is just a strategy or encouragement session. The Benitez we have seen in his last several appearances has been a dominating pitcher who just mows people down. He is laboring now.
But we've seen two guys, both he and Rocker, who have pitched quite a bit in this series, more than their normal 1 inning at a time. And when you do that, a guy's pitched one inning at a time most of the season, and all of a sudden he has to throw 2 innings. And remember, there's a stress factor here, too. These are tough innings that they're throwing. These are not easy innings as you have during the regular season. These are tough innings under a lot of pressure.
Guillen steps in, 241 for the year. The only man Cox hasn't used, only non-pitcher, George Fabregas, moves on deck. Strike one.
97-mile-an-hour fastball there.
So Cox is about to use his third catcher as a pinch hitter, and then his bench will be empty except for pitchers. Guillen asks for time.
There's Chipper Jones. He can't bear to look at this point, or he's deep in thought.
Andrew Jones at second. Klesko away from first, and the 0-1 pitch. Hit toward the hole and through. A base hit. Jones being waved home. Mora takes it to third, and Klesko is out.
Great play by Mora. Like I said, how good is this guy?
Darn good. Yeah, the game is tied.
This is he threw a guy out at the plate earlier in this series, and he comes up and fires one across the diamond, a perfect strike. Ozzie Guillen, good low fastball hitter. He reaches out and brings it back. No end to the heroes in this game. And Mora comes up, and watch this. I mean, he just fires a strike all the way to Robin Ventura. Just a perfect strike. He tags Ryan Klesko as he goes by. And he keeps the winning run from advancing to third base with less than 2 outs.
But each closer, heretofore close to invincible, has given up a run. Fabregas takes a strike. Mets scored what could have been the winning run in the top of the 10th. Off rocker. Benitez couldn't hold it in the bottom half.
And you can't fault Klesko, in my opinion, for trying to get to third base there with less than 2 outs. He just took a great throw from Moore to get him.
A ball and a strike. Kenny Rogers throwing again.
But I think if you're the third base coach for the Braves now, you're going to look and find out where Moore is before you send the guys.
Prior to this 10th inning, neither Rocker nor Benitez had allowed an earned run this postseason. Russ Springer will work the 11th if there is an 11th. Fabregas pokes it to left. Agbayani takes it. And we take a deep breath as we move to the 11th.
Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now, during Chevy Truck Month, you can lease the truck, the 2000 Chevy Silverado, with a more powerful V8 than any 4x4 pickup from Ford or Dodge. During Chevy Truck Month, you'll find the biggest selection of the year on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy Truck.
Your family has celebrated lots of first moments. First ride, first love. And now, McDonald's gives your family a first-in-a-lifetime chance to be a part of the year-long Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration. You could win one of 500 dream vacations for 4. Pull the tab when you supersize an extra value meal.
Grandma, this is my first millennium.
Mine too, baby. Where can you start celebrating the millennium? Did somebody say McDonald's?
This job's killing me. I've got to start thinking about the future. Thinking long-term. There's the kids' college. And they need good health care. And then there's my retirement. Yeah. I got to start thinking about this stuff. For more than 2 minutes at a time. Your health, your finances, your future. Aetna, for what matters most.
Are you crazy? No, Johnny, don't.
I got saved.
No, Johnny! Johnny, I'm telling your mother. This isn't funny. He's leaning at you. Johnny! Johnny!
I got him.
Oh, thank goodness. Johnny? Can I have yours?
Thursday on Frasier, Martin gives the gift of love.
Congratulations, you're standing on your very own grave. What?
And Bulldog's back. Will babysitting make him a kinder, gentler?
Oh, my God!
Well, he's good with kids. Then it's Halloween on Stark Raving Mad. All new must-see TV Thursday.
"20 minutes past midnight in Atlanta, and the Goodyear blimp remains aloft. Tied at 9, we go to the 11th. Russ Springer comes out of the bullpen. Now, beyond Springer, unless they want to use Maddox, they're not going to use Glavine, who'd have to start Game 7. They'd have to go back to Kevin McGlinchey, who couldn't hold the lead in the 15th on Sunday at Shea. Springer to Olerud. Springer was 2-1 for the year. Those are his postseason numbers. For the season, his ERA was 3.42. He falls behind 2-0. Olerud is 2 for 5. He has a couple of singles. Maddox stirring again in the Atlanta pen.
And Mike Piazza's out of the middle of this Mets lineup. He would be the next hitter in odds again in at shortstop.
Ryan Klesko is the first baseman for the Braves. A strike to Olerud. Sean Dunston, the only non-pitcher who hasn't been used in this game, is on deck to hit for Benitez, who after the double switch occupies the 4th spot in the order. Fly ball to center. Andrew Jones takes it. So now Sean Dunston. He's tenacious at bat in Game 5, which involved a half-dozen foul balls after the count went full and then eventually resulted in a single up the middle to start the inning, which was concluded by Ventura's single over the fence, I guess, for lack of a better description, and set us back here to Atlanta for Game 6. Dunston comes on to pinch hit. Swings on the first pitch and pops it off. In foul ground, Klesko. So in contrast to his lengthy at-bat in Game 5, Dunston is done after 1 pitch in Game 6.
Well, he went up there, I think, in this situation, tie ball game. He's trying to get a pitch that he can hit, maybe get an extra base hit, driving in the gap. Whereas on Sunday, he was trying to become the tying run. There's a little difference in your approach when you're just trying to become the tying run and when you're trying to become the winning run.
And here's Ventura. He's 1 for 5. He had a 6th inning double. He also flied to the fence in deep right in the 7th. Out of play. In the bottom of the 11th, Gerald Williams, Brett Boone, Chipper Jones for Atlanta. The 1-1 pitch.
And the Braves fans get excited here.
Looking around the park, few, if any, have left. The 1-2. 2-2. Hit hard down the right field line, in the corner, foul. Ventura just a bit out in front.
It was a high fastball. May have been out of the strike zone, but he's able to get on top of it, and he rips it, but hands a little bit too far out front. And Klesko helping the umpires out with the call. Brian Jordan and Klesko both helping him out.
With Darrell Hamilton on deck, another 2-2 pitch. Brett Boone to his left from the outfield left. To the bottom of the 11th.
People, you can come out now. Look, I've got the wireless internet right here in my hand. No wires, no tricks. There's news, sports, even Yahoo, and crystal clear calls, all right here on Sprint PCS. That's right. Come on out. Welcome back to the world.
Introducing the Sprint PCS wireless web.
Talk with the Tin Man. Dance with the Scarecrow. And bring home the magical world of Oz. The Wizard of Oz. For sale for a limited time only on video cassette and DVD.
Maybe it's the fault of Adam and Eve and all that fig leaf nonsense. Regardless, we're still forbidden to run around wearing nothing but a smile. Introducing Lever 2000 Pure Rain Body Wash, a most exhilarating experience for all your 2000 parts.
A chunky Super Bowl moment. Terrell Davis's mom served him new chunky beef with white and wild rice, a hearty soup with chunks of lean beef and vegetables. Filled up right by this new Campbell's chunky beef soup. Terrell made mincemeat of linesmen.
I wonder if you can fix that truck again.
E-tailers like Amazon.com choose priority mail. Shouldn't you?
Feel like you're just moving dust around? Introducing the high-performance cloth from Scotch-Brite. Its unique microfibers lift and capture dust. And fingerprints. Use the high-performance cloth over and over. The new high-performance cloth from Scotch-Brite. Another 3M innovation.
This November, the biggest movie events are coming to NBC. For the first time, the untold story seen through her eyes. Mary, Mother of Jesus. What if they're right? Y2K, the movie. And coming November 7th, the magical legends of the Leprechaun. This November, the biggest movie events are on NBC.
After Sunday, a reasonable person might well have asked, what can you do for an encore? Well, how about this? The first 5 games were all low scoring. 4-2 Atlanta, 4-3 Braves, 1-0 Braves. 3-2 New York, 4-3, could have been 7-3, but really it's a one-run game because it goes down to the last swing in the 15th inning. But tonight, a lot of crooked numbers on the scoreboard. 9-9 as we go to the bottom of the 11th. And Valentine calls on Kenny Rogers to get him to the 12th. Rogers pitched 2 scoreless innings Sunday in Game 5. He was the loser here in Game 2. Gerald Williams leads off. Strike 1.
Gerald has showed a lot of patience in all of his at-bats tonight. More of a leadoff type hitter tonight than the guy that's normally aggressive.
Curveball, swing and a miss. What a contrast for these Atlanta hitters. The right-handed heat of Benitez, even if it was slightly reduced heat because of fatigue, and the lefty flutter balls of Kenny Rogers. Here's his 0-2 pitch. Another breaking ball hit hard down the left field line. In there, maybe for extra bases. Gerald Williams thinking about a double, and he'll make it without a play. The run that could send them to the World Series is at second with nobody out.
Well, he threw him 2 good breaking balls. Now watch, this one hangs. It's a hanging breaking ball right there in the middle of the plate, belt high, and Gerald puts a line drive swing on it and pulls it down into the corner. The first 2 curveballs were beautiful, down around the ankles almost. This one hangs, and he finds the left field corner. John Smoke, Howard Battle, excited.
And now Robin Ventura trots to the mound from third base. Chipper Jones is on deck. No matter how they play this, Chipper Jones is not going to bat in this inning.
Normally, Bob, in this situation, you would walk Boone so you'd have a force out at third base, you know, just in case, but you're not going to do that to pitch to Chipper Jones. Dotel starts to throw in the bullpen.
Boone hitless on the night with 3 strikeouts. He squares. He bunts. It's fielded by Olerud. No play but to tag Boone.
Good job there by Boone. He gets the job done.
That pitch looked like it was bearing in on him. A tough pitch to bunt, but he got it down.
Fastball in and it's up. Whenever a guy's trying to bunch, that's what you want to do. Throw the ball up in the strike zone so that maybe he'll pop it up. Boone does a great job of keeping the barrel above the ball. And naturally, you're going to walk Chipper Jones, and then you're going to walk Brian Jordan.
And hope that whoever pitches to Andrew Jones can throw a strike.
And there you see Don Baylor talking to Andrew Jones because he knows that he's going to be the guy on the spot for the Braves here. And the question you have to ask now, if you're Bobby Valentine, do you want Kenny Rogers with his off-speed stuff throwing to Andrew Jones, or am I going to bring Dotel in, who is basically a fastball pitcher? You have to decide the matchup you want here.
I've got to guess he'd want Dotel, righty against righty, and a better chance for the strikeout. This time it's Valentine, not Wallace, who goes to the mound.
Well, this is interesting. He goes to the mound before they walk Brian Jordan. Well, he's got the entire infield around him. I don't think you can pitch to Brian Jordan and play back for a double play. It would have to be a ball hit near the bag in order for you to turn it, because Jordan's very fast down the line. But there is something going on here other than just your normal situation here where I say, okay, I walk this guy in 4 and take a look. The catcher is sitting down.
Surprising, to put it mildly. Jordan stands in, and they pitch out. They may wind up walking him.
Yeah, but they can't be thinking that Bobby Cox is going to squeeze with Brian Jordan at the plate. It looks like another pitch out.
It is. This may turn out to be an intentional walk of a different sort. Gerald Williams with the game and series-winning run at third. And now it appears they'll just finish it off.
I mean, you may do that if you have a guy at the plate who you think that maybe Bobby Cox would squeeze with. But you're not going to squeeze with Brian Jordan at the plate in this situation.
It's up to Andrew Jones, who tonight is 2 for 5 in the postseason, 9 for 41.
And what Bobby looks like he's decided to do is go with Rogers because he can throw some off-speed stuff rather than go to Dotel, who has to come at Andrew Jones with fastballs.
Here we go. Bases loaded, 1 out. A ball.
He wants to try to get Andrew out with a breaking ball because he knows he's such a good fastball hitter, but you still have to throw a strike with it.
Kenny Rogers is 1 mistake away from adding another terrible chapter to his already horrid postseason history. Infield looks for the double play. Not that it's that easy, because Jones runs well even coming out of the right side of the box. Rogers steps off.
A lot of pressure on the defense. And the reason Pratt's going out there, he wanted Rogers to come inside with a fastball, and Rogers didn't want to throw the fastball. That was the sign he gave him, and Rogers shook him off, and he gave it again, he shook him off. So he goes out and talks to him, but if you're Kenny Rogers, I think you have to throw the pitch that you want to throw in this situation, the pitch that you believe in.
The outfield in shallow as they have to be. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, you've passed that point now. You just have to throw a strike and hope for the best.
Now the infield halfway in the middle. And the 2-0 pitch. Tapper, rolling foul.
on top of this, and he had a swinging bunt earlier in this game. If this ball stays fair, ball game over, because you see Gerald Williams coming for the plate. He's going to be able to beat any play that could be made on the ball. I'm a little surprised that the Mets are playing as far with Ordonez as they are. I think you have to come to the plate. I don't think you can make a double play here with Andrew Jones in this situation unless it's a one-hopper near the bag, and if it's hit near the bag, it's going to be a base hit anyway.
Gerald Williams, who doubled to open the inning. Lacing up at third. Andrew the chant now from the crowd at Turner Field. Rogers ready, Jones ready. The 2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike. It's been a 173-game wild ride for Valentine and the Mets.
And Bobby, you'd hate for it to end on a walk.
Could be the last pitch of their season. Called strike, full count.
This game has been such a good ball game. You want it to end with another hero and not a go.
The 3-2 pitch. Bring on the Yankees.
Swung at it, but this is not close. This is ball 4, ball game over.
This might be the most memorable 10-9 game since Bill Mazeroski's homer beat the Yankees in Game 7 of the 1960 World Series. It sends the Braves to the World Series for the 5th time in this decade.
We finally reached the closing night on the best Met show since 1986. And that's the point. He didn't want to lose it that way, and I must admit, I hate for the game to end that way.
Let's go to Craig Sager.
Well, this ball game began by Gerald Williams, the bottom of the first, getting hit by a pitch and scoring the first run, and it ends with you leading off the 11th with a double and scoring the final run. A whole lot happened in between, but talk about the last at-bat here in the 11th.
It was just a situation where I was trying to make sure I get on, trying to put the ball in play, hit it hard somewhere, and fortunately that worked out for us.
With Kenny Rogers' great move to first base, how important was it to stretch that into a double?
I think it was important, but at the same time, the onus was on making sure that I get on.
What happened to you guys when you lost the 5-run lead and they tied it at 7? Did you feel the kind of air come out?
Well, it was a situation where you have to give them credit. They kept scratching, they kept hitting the ball well, and it was unfortunate that we were on the other end, but you have to take your hat off. You have to take your hats off to them. They played extremely tough.
After they came back from a 3-0 deficit, did you guys feel coming to the ballpark today that you had to win it tonight? Because if you went to the 7th frame, they'd probably have the momentum.
The general feeling is that you want to win every game that you play. But obviously, we didn't feel like we have to win this game. We're still at home, and we still ahead 1 game coming into tonight's game. And it was a situation where we wanted to make sure we played a good brand of baseball.
After you got to third base, After the sacrifice bunt by Boone, they walked 2 other guys. What are you thinking at third base?
Making sure I don't get doubled off.
We had the ground ball where you almost scored, but went foul.
Well, we were happy about getting the run any way we could.
What are your thoughts about going to New York to face your old team, the Yankees?
It's an outstanding feeling. I mean, it doesn't matter who you play, but at the same time, when you're in the World Series, who cares? You know?
Congratulations, Gerald Williams scoring the winning run. Let's go back upstairs to Mount Gospel.
Thank you, Craig. Taking care of some housekeeping, Gerald Williams is the Chevrolet player of the game. He scores the game and series-winning run after leading off the 11th with a double. And the Braves, who had squandered 5-0 and 7-3 leads, eventually emerged with the victory over a Met team that simply would not quit. We'll be going into the victorious Atlanta locker room when we come back, but seldom has a losing team in a playoff series emerged with such enhanced regard as have the Mets. They have made fans not just in New York, but all around the country with the wild ride they took us all through in late September and October.
And there's no doubt, I mean, this Mets team just would not die. I mean, they came from behind this whole series, and I just take my hats off to them and say that they played a great series, but, you know, I think history caught up with them today, Bob.
Well, they played 3 times, interleague play. The Braves won 2 out of 3. The World Series will open here Saturday and Sunday at Turner Field. Games 3, 4, and 5 will be at Yankee Stadium. Here's a glimpse back at the 3 games they played this year. This is on July 15th. And in truth, I'm not 100% sure what's on here. Martinez struck out. Andrew Jones robbing Chili Davis with Glavine on the mound for both of those. El Duque, the victim there on a blast by Chipper Jones. This is Andrew Jones off Mariano Rivera. Jones likes hitting at Yankee Stadium. You remember he homered in his first 2 at-bats there as a kid in the '96 World Series. Bernie Williams connects in this one at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees won the last game after dropping the first 2 against the Braves. So Atlanta's got to go through New York twice, through Shea and then through Yankee Stadium. We go to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. For the 5th time in the past 8 years, the Braves will be going to the World Series, National League champions. To present the trophy, Len Coleman, the president of the National League, to Ted Turner, the principal owner of the Braves, Stan Kasten, the president, John Sherholtz, the general manager, and Bill Bartholomew, the chairman of the board. Len?
Braves have had many great teams in the 1990s, but undoubtedly this was the team that really played with the most conviction and purpose. And we're very proud of the job that they did. They beat a bold and determined Met team. You are great National League champions. Ted, let me present the National League Championship trophy to you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. And we just love baseball a lot, and this team wouldn't quit. We're real proud of them, and we love baseball, and thank you very much.
We've had a lot of championship teams, Ted. How does this one compare?
Well, I think it's the best team we've had. We'll see, though. We got another New York team that we've got to play. So, but nobody's ever beaten both New York teams before. This will be the first time it ever happens, if it happens.
Let's bring in Bobby Cox. Bobby, congratulations to you. You're getting doused right here.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. It was
Bobby, the Mets just wouldn't die.
No, either would we, though. We had chances to die, too, and we didn't. But they didn't. I mean, they've got a quality ball club, great kids, and, you know, it's unfortunate to win a game like that, I guess, or lose one, but, you know, we've been struggling to get runs in, and finally we got one in by a walk, so we'll take it, and we're ready to go.
How unlikely of a position is this for you when you consider you lost Lopez, you lost Galarraga, you lost Leitenberg? Did you expect once again that you would be in this position with everything that's gone on this year?
Well, you never know. I mean, you know, it's hard to say. We could fill a few of those positions, and the guys that went in did a great job, and there's more than one way to win a ball game, and this club was a great base-running club all season. We goofed up a few times in the NLCS, but for the most part, you know, it's gotten us a lot of runs, so we'll try that in the series, too.
Was this your best managerial job?
I don't know. You know, things work, it's good. If they don't, like Smokes tonight, he's never thrown so hard in his life. He was ready for one inning of work, and he just didn't change speeds, and he couldn't get ahead, but he was really firing. That kind of backfired, but he was the right guy. So, you know, how smart are you? Not very smart.
Now you've got the Yankees.
Yeah, well...
Do you need this? Well, both of you teams really will be striving for history here because the winner would be the team of the decade. How important is that to you?
Well, we'll try to be team of the decade if that's what we're playing for, but it's going to be an awful lot of fun. We haven't been back in a year or so, and, you know, these guys, if any team deserves to be there, these guys do. They went through a heck of a lot this year, and, you know, they always talk about character and all that. This clubhouse is filled with it tonight.
Finally, your pitching rotation?
Let's just wait. Let's see who can crawl out there. They're going to be rested. They're going to be fine.
Bobby, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Len Coleman, it's time for you to present the MVP trophy. And the MVP trophy by Len Coleman is going to go to Eddie Perez. Go ahead, my man.
Eddie Perez, you had timely hits all of this entire series. You played behind it, just tremendous defense behind the plate, and you're going on one leg, and I tell you, you were just really spectacular, and you're indeed a very worthy MVP. And it's my pleasure to present you with the MVP trophy.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Eddie, the 8th inning, your team is down by a run. You go up there and you get an awful big hit. It leads to the winning run because Otis Nixon eventually scores. What was going on that bench after you guys had surrendered a 5-0 lead and then a 7-3 lead?
Well, you know, we never have to give up, especially against the Mets, because
chanting your name. Go ahead, Eddie.
Then, you know, they never give up. They got some good hitters in there. And, you know, we just have to try to stop them and, you know, try to do the best. And, you know, I got the chance to hit with the bases all at once. And, you know, I was winning, no matter how I was winning. And he threw me a good pitch to hit, and I drove those guys in.
To win this game on a walk, it just seems somewhat inappropriate. What do you have to say about the Mets and the efforts that they performed and the way they didn't die?
You know, like I say, we won 3 games in a row, and I told everybody, hey, we got to play good against those guys because they're good hitters. We have to play right. I don't think we played good the last 3 games, and even today, I don't think we hit good, and especially with men in scoring position. But you know, we have to play good against the Mets all year long because they got good years and they got good players, and we have to play good against them.
What now against the Yankees? Clearly, you guys really didn't hit the ball too well until tonight, and you kind of broke out here a little bit tonight, aided by some of the mistakes that the Mets had made. But you feel you're going to have to hit the ball much better?
I think so. Like I said, we have to play better than the last 4 games. We don't play good. We don't execute, and you know, today is one of those days. You know, you win the game, and that was a big win for us today.
Eddie Perez, you had a couple of home runs also. You had a big home run in Game 1. You had a big home run in Game 2. And you got a little more champagne poured over your head as we take a look at a couple of those home runs with Javi Lopez. You become a power hitter filling in for Javi Lopez, huh?
Well, like I say, I have to be ready because...
Well, like I say, I have to be ready. Translate for us. What is Javi saying?
I don't know. I don't even understand what he's saying. But like I say, I just have to be ready. I just have to wait for my pitch and try to ride some run because I'm going to fight somebody on base every time I'm going to get in there because they're going to pitch to Chipper, they're going to pitch to Brian, and I just have to be ready.
All right, Eddie. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, man.
All right, Bob, back upstairs to you. We'll have some more of the Braves in just a moment.
Jim, thanks a lot. You know, just about all the superlatives have been exhausted, and yet, after catching our breath for just a few days, we're lucky enough to be right back here in this ballpark for what shapes up as a tremendous World Series. It would be under any circumstances, but as Jim Gray mentioned, it really is a series to decide which team will be called forevermore the team of the 90s.
And the reason for that, Bob, is the Braves have won more games, but the Yankees have won more championships.
But if the Braves are able to beat the Yankees, they will have split 2 World Series with them. They'll equal the Yankees and the Blue Jays' total of World Series titles in the 90s, and they will have won the most division titles. So it would be them. If the Yankees can win, that's their 3rd. Case closed for them. Let's go back to Jim.
All right, thank you very much. I'm here with Chipper Jones. Chipper, you kind of broke out in Game 5, had a little bit of a hitting slump. You're the probable MVP in the National League. Do you feel you're going to have to hit the ball a little bit better against the Yankees, though?
Well, yeah, against that pitching staff, we all got to swing the bats a lot better. But we're just happy to be here. You know, we persevered through so much this year, and you know, we fought hard tonight, and just roller coaster ride the last 2 or 3 games, and everybody's kind of drained, but luckily we got a couple days off before the Yankees come to town.
You were with this club when they lost to the Yankees. You went up 2-0 and then lost the next 4. How much does that sting, and how much will that play a role in this upcoming series, if at all?
You know, it's forgotten about. I mean, it stung for about a week after the series was over, and then everybody kind of forgot about it. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. We lost to a great team. You got to tip your hats to them. But, you know, we got another shot at it, so we're going to try and make the best out of it.
Now, tonight, once again, you were chipper. When you go back to New York, you'll be here Saturday and Sunday. You'll go back to New York. You're going to be Larry once again. Did that bother you, and will it be a bother to you in New York, or do you think you'll have a better rapport with the Yankee fans than you did with the Met fans?
You know what? I think we all did a good job of kind of tuning out the fans. You know, going into New York, you have to tune them out so they don't come into play, and hopefully we'll do as good a job as we did in this Mets series, you know, next week.
Let's bring John Rocker in. John Rocker, come on in here for a second. You're headed back to New York.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you pitched well tonight. You're okay from your accident. You got New York fans once again. How are you going to handle the Yankee fans? Is it going to be a little bit better this time, or is it going to be the same as the Mets?
Yankee fans, actually, they come up with some pretty original sayings, you know, kind of sayings that are their own, and
they don't even waste the champagne on you, just beer.
No, just beer. I'm not good enough for champagne. But yeah, and I can sit out in the outfield and kind of get a few laughs at some of the stuff they say. And of course, you know, Yankee Stadium is probably the most historic baseball stadium in the country, and really enjoy playing there. All the sentiment and history behind it. It's a real treat to get to play in that field.
With all that has gone on with you, how have you managed to maintain your concentration and just play through this all and continue to taunt and have a good time and be as wild as you've been?
I tell you, coming back here was probably more stressful than playing up there. I mean, up there I was kind of, you know, a little bit, I guess kind of more at ease, you know, because I was sort of, you know, joking around, having a good time, that kind of thing. Just mainly focusing on teasing their fans and trying to, you know, mock their fans and that kind of thing. And down here, you know, all the focus is on us. We were expected to win tonight, expected to keep from going to a Game 7. So I think there was a lot more pressure down here, you know, especially with you know, going there up 3 games and then losing two close games, you know, games 4 and 5. And there's a lot of pressure on us because, you know, I think if they had squeezed this one out and beat us 2 extra inning games in a row going into Game 7, they definitely would have had the momentum. But I got to give those guys credit. I mean, they really fought back hard. I mean, I think they did a better job at fighting back this year than we did last year when we were down 3 games to none. We really thought you know, we knew they weren't going to roll over and die, but we really thought we had them beat in Game 4, and sure enough, they revived themselves and came back and you know, gave us huge runs all 3 nights.
John, congratulations. Don't drive the next 10 days.
Okay.
Quite a wild atmosphere over here in the Braves locker room. We'll be back with some more, but right now let's send it across the way to the Mets and Craig Sager.
Well, thank you very much, Jim. I'm with Bobby Valentine, whose team played courageously throughout this entire series, this entire postseason. I know you're disappointed, but what'd you tell them?
Well, I told them congratulations. I told them they played like champions and they should feel like champions. We don't have a trophy, I know that, but I don't think you can play better than they played right now. And for the season, they did everything they had to do, and congratulations to the Braves and Bobby Cox. They did just a little more than we were able to muster, but I say congratulations.
It was like an Ali Frazier fight, particularly the 15 rounds on Sunday night. Today, you fight back from a 5-run deficit. Did you just run out of time? Did you think you had it going?
You know, we had about 3 or 4 different times with a lead, and they're a real good team. They just took it from us and scored the runs that they needed to win.
Management has expressed their desire to have you back. Do you expect to be back? Do you want to be back managing next year?
This is my life, obviously. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Let's go back to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Craig. The celebration continues over here with Brian Jordan, Greg Maddox, Andrew Jones. Brian, first of all, how's your hand? You took quite a lump there and almost turned into a brawl.
Oh, man, it's hurting, but believe me, it was worth it. I mean, it was worth staying in the game and finishing it and being out there when everybody's jumping on each other, so it was great.
Brian, you were so close with the Cardinals, and the Braves denied you. Now the Braves have opened the door. Yet the same thing almost happened. You find yourself with a big lead. Were you starting to think in the back of the mind, uh-oh, this can happen to me again?
I was talking to Ozzie Smith before the game, and I was like, remember 96, baby? It's starting to creep up on me again. But this team battled. I tell you, I give a lot of credit to the Mets. I mean, those guys never quit. They never died. They never rolled over. And it was just a great series both ways. And we're just fortunate that we came away with the victory tonight.
Brian, you stood behind and you watched history last year with Mark McGwire. Now you have a chance to make a little history to go in with the Braves in the World Series. Can you describe the difference in the feelings?
I mean, hitting behind Mark last year was great. Watching them take the home run record. But I don't think it can compare to going to the World Series. I mean, this is what you work hard for all season long. And to finally be there, especially get to play against Joe Torre, my old manager, and the guy I respect to the utmost, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Frank, congratulations. We look forward to Saturday in the World Series.
Thank you.
Let's bring in Greg Maddux and Andrew Jones. Andrew, come on in here. Tell us about that walk. You were very patient tonight. Tell us about the final walk and watching those pitches as Kenny Rogers was winging it at you.
Well, I think my first 3 at-bats, you know, I didn't have that great at-bat. You know, I had a chance to drive a run in. You know, I didn't know I ground ball to second. But, you know, my last at-bat against Benitez, I just showed really patient and, you know, make him throw strike. And he threw me strike, and, you know, till he get to 3-2, you know, I land drive off the middle, and that was a big run right there because he was down already. So, you know, against Roger, you know, he's trying to just make you chase this changeup and this curveball, and, you know, I just went out there, I said with myself, Andrew, you're just not going to swing to it, throw you 2 strike, and, you know, make him throw a strike, and right there, you know, he got me on 3-2, you know, I just looked at something over the play, and he threw me a changeup that just went away, and, you know, right there was the ball game.
Andrew, congratulations. You've had a smile on your face through some pressure-packed games. Let's bring in Greg Maddux. Greg, what do you have to say about this series? Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, it was a good one. Both teams never quit, you know. You know, the Mets fought back. You got to tip your hat to them, and you know, we're all glad Andrew was patient enough to lay off of those pitches later on. It was a great at-bat. Sometimes the best at-bats are a walk.
You look exhausted, and you didn't play tonight.
Yeah, well, it's hard watching, you know. It's easier pitching the other day than it is out, you know, sitting back watching.
Do you have any idea what the rotation will be for the World Series? Will Tom Glavine start the first game, and do you know what it will be?
I don't know. You know, we were just trying to win tonight. We weren't, you know, we weren't looking down the road at all, and you know, whatever. I'm sure Bobby will get it figured out. He always does.
All right, Greg, we look forward to seeing you in the World Series. Congratulations.
Okay. All right.
Bob Costas, the celebration continues at jubilant Braves locker room. Back upstairs to you.
Jim, thanks very much. Here's Gerald Williams jubilantly coming down the line from third to the plate after Andrew Jones walks on a 3-2 pitch to force home the winning run in the bottom of the 11th, 10-9 Atlanta, 4-2 in games. And, Joe, I would think that this would rank with the great National League Championship Series ever played. A couple that come to mind, 1980, the Phillies against the Astros. It was a 5-game series then, best 3 of 5, and 4 of those 5 games went extra innings. And, of course, one the Mets were involved in, another 6-game series, but they won that one against Houston in 1986 with the 16-inning game in Game 6.
Well, I don't think any series has been more exciting than this.
Wow.
I mean, I just feel like percentages finally caught up with the Mets. There's a reason no one has ever come back from 3-0, and I think that caught up with the Mets today.
A great series here, and on paper, a great World Series shaping up between the Braves and the Yankees, which will open here at Turner Field Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time for the first pitch. Actually, I'm wrong about that. 7:30 Eastern Time. We're so anxious to get it started, we've moved it up half an hour. 7:30 Saturday night, the Yankees and the Braves here on NBC. So, Joe, catch your breath and come ready. Bring everything you got on Saturday, buddy.
Looking forward to it.
Because I know the Yankees and Braves will. So, again, NBC's exclusive coverage of the 1999 World Series begins Saturday at 7:30 Eastern Time. Tonight, following your late local news, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. Tonight, Jay welcomes comedian George Carlin. Tonight would be a good night for him to do his classic routine, baseball versus football, talking about the virtues of baseball, which were on display all this week. Actress Rebecca Gayheart and the music of John Popper from Blues Traveler, also part of Jay Leno's Tonight Show tonight. For Joe Morgan, Jim Gray, and Craig Sager, I'm Bob Costas. This is NBC, home of the 1999 World Series, and from Atlanta, home of the National League champions. Good night, everybody.
Phenomenal players, an incredible roster, and an unrivaled tradition of excellence. Don't miss the unveiling of this remarkable team, 100 years in the making. MasterCard presents the Major League Baseball All-Century Team, Saturday on NBC.